ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu, na mnawajua nyinyi mna.
Mimi naona hii maendeleo anasema iko maendeleo, hakuna maendeleo. Maendeleo ya nini? Ya matope. Maendeleo ya matope kama maya.
Kwenda kabisa, wani lazima. Enda, tera zwende.
Agenda mkoja. Anasiwezi karaka. Uwe hae. Magala magala. Niko tayari. Kulipa gharama. Nitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Nitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Ukizani ubinafsi ukabila.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. So we had to finish up the other feed. Asanteni sana, the people who are joining us. Mom, I can see Ushafika. We're waiting for Alexi. Alexi is also here. Ashafika pia yeye. We want to appreciate you all. Asanteni sana. We just had to cut the other feed because of the time. Time waga inatuchapa kidogo. Ikifika huko hivyo 6 hours, we have to move to the other side. I can see Mr. Guru is also here. Amekuja. Alexio, there's this thing that you sent me, and I want to. I want to. Do you want me to play it? Yenye umenitumia? Yeah. All right. Alexio alikuwa amenitumia hii. Maybe he has something to do.
Yes,
Guru.
yes.
Yeah,
You
Guru.
can-
Nice to see you, brother. Okay. Here is what Alexia alikuwa amenitumia hapa. Just a second. I hope that's it. Sitaki kuguza kitu yenye sio hiyo. Oh, no. I think this is it. Yeah. All right. Let me play it.
Christmas hiyo. Haya. Atende na baringo. Na kiume yako jende kama wanangu. Hey. Pole pole, oro kama wewe. Christmas hiyo. Haya. Atende na baringo. Na kiume yako jende kama wanangu. Hey.
I guess that is Sudi. Watu wa Rift Valley si mnakula vizuri this Christmas.
Dividends, they are coming fast and furious.
Fast and Furious, Sudi ndo huyo pia naye amekuja na yake. Instead of making Afrikagi Parliament, instead of making his what do you call it? Guru, what are people parliamentarians supposed to do? Make laws or whatever? Alexio, the show is yours. Mimi nimenyamaza.
Acha guru atuambie hiyo sukari kilo moja ni pesa ngapi? Na what do you think hiyo bagi ya Ruto ilikuwa worth how much? Welcome brother Guru. The floor is yours.
Asante. Merry Christmas again.
Merry Christmas
and Happy New Year. So, I don't know what much to say, but the whole gesture has backfired very badly on two accounts. One, that those people are said to have gone to the farms when others were demonstrating, and therefore they are supposed to have had a lot of food at their homesteads. So that gesture has negated the fact that people are comfortable in that zone because they apparently went to the farm and had a bamba harvest in their farms. Number two, many are asking, what about other Kenyans? There is a president, and if that is a way to spend government money, then inevitably he has to send Christmas to every other Kenyan, the 55 million of us. So the whole thing has backfired very badly across the country. But it's a characteristic of a weak regime, because what Ruto is doing is exactly what Mo used to do. First of all, you undermine the economic ability of the people. They become desperate, and then you come in like he's a savior. It is then that they expect that the leader expects that people will appreciate you because of coming home with a beacon. So it's something that has backfired so badly that the spokesperson has had to go to the social media to defend the action. So rather than come out as generosity, it has come out in the negative, politically speaking. So that's where we are. I don't know whether the people of Nyeri will be waiting for a similar treatment there in Sagana, where apparently we expect Mushere na Nyama any day from today. Today is 24th here, so we are waiting to see how that will pan out. Otherwise, I think a plate of Mushere and Nyama will be very much appreciated in some parts of this country. I don't know whether it is bad luck, but I believe it's something deeper, because nothing this man seems to do comes out popular. And I don't know whether it is what Raila said, that kwa sababu ya kuipa uchaguzi kila kitu anagusa inaoza. So you can see a general, atmosphere of discontent. and to a point of him asking why Kenyans cannot find anything good to talk about their country, that Kenyans hate their country. But I think quite a number of rejoinders have been made through the social media that Kenyans do not hate their country. What they hate are liars and hypocrites for readers. So, but he went ahead and said, if you cannot find anything better or anything good to talk about your country, why don't you then go elsewhere? That is very telling also. Because when you confront matters in that manner, rather than seek to understand why people do not seem to be enthusiastic about your leadership, then there's a problem there. However, I think quite a number of youth are finding a way out of this country, and the number of passports that the youth are seeking are an indicator of a generation that wants to take off to other destinations. But beyond that, what is most important for Kenyans to ask themselves, how do you build a country when everybody's mindset is to run away from the country, is to go out, apparently out there? And in any case, I'm not very sure that this will essentially translate to better things for a majority, because most of them are actually going for manual jobs out there as housemaids and farmhands. So, but also it is strange that it is the administration that is very focal in and encouraging the youth to go to other countries. And if those who know about bit of statecraft and the making of the state, even even at its weakest, any state leadership cannot encourage citizens to migrate to other destinations. Maybe we could be put in the World Book of Records, the Guinness Book of Records, to have had a leadership that aggressively goes telling its citizens to book the next flight out of the country. Apparently, waende walete $. That's what I heard. That's where we are. Mimi kwetu hatujaletewa mchere na nyama, but I've seen MPs have now duplicated that, especially in the Rift Valley. So some people are asking then, do we start hunting for our MPs to bring the Christmas home? Because it seems that is the new way of operation. Everyone should start looking for his MP and demanding a Christmas. If what is happening in parts of this country is what should happen. I think the age of handouts is back with a bang. And what handouts do, they actually undermine the confidence of a people. But also at the same time, people who are not well enlightened, they fall in love with an administration that is oppressive, because the leader or leaders are seen as saviors, where essentially they should be censored by the community for not empowering them, not to at least to be able to take care of their homestead, their food requirements. to take their children to school, to be able to, afford medicine, and so many other things. But you see now, when you turn yourself into a Father Christmas, how far can you go? How many people can you reach in that way? That's why Mwai Kibaki remains one of the best presidents ever, because what Kibaki did was to discourage handouts mentality, and instead sought to empower people at their household level, so that they can be able to eat well all their days and be able to take their children to school, be able to afford medicine, and so on and so forth. This may look like a good gesture for Christmas, but it is a potential political minefield, especially in other areas of the country, because there are those who are now seeing, okay, so when you get leadership of that level, you take part of the part of the taxes paid by everyone, and you take so-called Christmas to your villagers. This is not a very good thing, especially for a leader, a national leader. And if that was the case, then you would have left that matter to the MCAs, But that as it may be, let's wait to see what other Kenyans say about it, because there are those who still feel that then if that is the way, then he should also give Christmas to others in other parts of the country. So wacha tuone kama Rigathi atapelekea watu yake mchere na nyama pale Sharana. Tuone kama sasa, we are told this company of shareholders, maybe those ones who are paying their dividends. Let's see what happens in Nyeri. Maybe they are also going to get their own dividends between now and tomorrow. Asante sana.
Thank you, Guru. Utangulizi mzuri. Yeah, the way just was saying, the era of dividends and handouts is back with the bank, like it never left. So Kenyans tuko mahali pabaya, tulikuwa tumesahau hii story, tulikuwa tunataka watu waende pale nje, they fend for themselves, watafute chakula yao wenyewe, waweze kujisaidia, na sio hii ya handouts. Handouts, they are not good things. We cannot encourage this, and coming from the highest man, the so-called the high man up there from the highest office is not a good thing. Hii ni mambo ya kuturudisha nyuma, enzi zile za KANU. Now, by the way, Kenyans, we need to be serious and slay this KANU mentality once and for all. We need to take it where it belongs. Okay? We need to take it where we belong. Hatutaki hii mambo ya handouts every now and then. Kenya ni watu wa bidii, wa kujituma, kufanya kazi. What you just need is the enabling environment where it allows all of us to be able to go out there and fend for ourselves. Hii mambo ya taxes juu, we don't want. We want a situation where everybody can be able to go there and hustle their way, afanye kazi kwa bidii, apate mkati wake. Hii sasa yenye unatuletea hata kama ni dividends, you are bringing the dividends at the end of the year. So are you going to give us each and every time? Utatupatia hivi mpaka lini? Now umeleta unga kilo 2 na sukari yenye ulipandisha. Ungekuwa umeshukisha, hakuna mtu mwenye angekuja kwako kuweza kukuomba hiyo. Hata kama ni quota, mtu angekuwa anaridhika na quota yake. Hii mentality now, the school fees is coming. Those are the big things that you should be looking after. How are the people going to pay school fees? How are the people going to survive? Vitu kubwa kubwa hizi za kukula hizi, that should not be worrying a leader, the so-called leader. In fact, hata hii kugawia hiyo ni vitu za kupeana kwa foundation yako, and the foundation does those things. Hata wewe hujui watapeleka wapi. The foundation gets to know where there's a deficit and it goes there and distributes. Not you. When ukifika mahali in that office, you are not supposed to be doing those small things. Hizi ni vitu za MCA bana. Hizi si vitu za so-called president. Ati bibi yake anakuja kuombea hapa. Anaombea nini? Basi kama siyafanye miujiza aombee ikuwe mingi kama ile ya Yesu. Okay. Ni vitu za MCA, hata si za president, hata si MP. Wenye wanakuja ati sasa watu waweke juu mikono juu after kupewa unga mbili na nini. That's not the way it's supposed to be. Kenyan maandamano.
I think Alexio, siku zile watu walikuwa wanapewa chakula, machief ndio walikuwa wanahudumia hiyo mambo. Hata MCA, I don't think they also fall on that unless there is a organized meeting about some other extra things that will happen. Chiefs were eligible for that work.
Even not assistant chiefs. Assistant chief ndiye anajua boma gani na wale village elders.
This fake president has stooped too low, and that is reducing our country to nothing. Kwa sababu sioni ni haja gani anaweza kuwa ati yeye ndiye my goodness, ndiye anapeleka chakula. Anaacha nchi yake kabisa huko nyuma, anaenda kupeana chakula. Ati watu wanapanga laini, he is the one initiating. Where are all these you see, now gives you a picture of what it means about Ruto taking everything on himself. Yeye anataka awe. Kuna mtu anaongea?
Do you know those? Yes. Do you know those bags were branded with his name?
Yes. Yep. And that's another big blunder because yani hao watu wanakula Ruto. They are not eating what is in the content. They are eating Ruto. Ruto showing like he is the manufacturer, he is the farmer, he is everything on that in that bag. Meaning, yani huyu mtu, I don't know. Remember, guys, remember. There was one time in a church, and that church put praise and worship, and they were putting Ruto on the screen because they were worshiping Ruto. I will put it that way, with no fear of contradiction. Sababu inawezekanaje ni wakati wa worship, praise and worship ya Mungu, na Ruto ndio anatambala pale kwa screen ya hiyo runinga ilikuwa huko kwa hiyo room. So, what there is, Ruto has put himself and portrayed himself like a god with a small g of Kenya. Na hiyo ni kitu very dangerous in our country. I would put it that way because we cannot have a human being who has done all these evil things in our country. And now he is trying to impose himself like the savior of the country. While we know the next minute atakusafirisha akupeleke huko mbinguni. Sijui kama alienda huko akatengeneza makao ya kupeleka watu huko. Because it looks like Ruto is that guy that who feels like he has reached a point whereby nobody should talk when he is talking. Kenyans, are you ready for that? Are you ready for somebody to be like, you never say anything, and when you hear him, you should stoop low, sit down, you stand up when he calls your name? Is that what we are now? I believe no. I believe no, because there are more people who are more educated, people with wisdom, people with understanding people who have gone through so much and understanding the situation we are in, it's just so dangerous that we let it go on. This guy is just portraying himself like unstoppable. Like he is saying unstoppable. But remember, even Titanic, those guys, they felt they were on top of the game. They said, haiwezi zama, hata kukitokea nini, you know the results. So let's see how Kenyans are going to react on this, because it's really giving us chills in our body, because ni mambo muhimu ambayo ingekuwa inatendeka Kenya yetu, lakini now Kenya is at a standstill. No movement, no engagement, no development, nothing is going on right now except we are talking about Ruto. Who is he? He's just a human being with one heart. The only brain he has is for lie every day. And are we good with this? Are we okay with this? Somebody who comes lie every day. Nothing good he is doing. In fact, destroying the whole country. Nothing is happening. And yet he is being given all this chance to continue destroying and damaging everything that is in our country. Whatever is happening, please, Kenyans, take heed. Let's take measures on this guy. We are not going to relent. Me, I feel pain like it is my own house that is being damaged completely, because how I'm really, Kenya means to me. It's my country, my motherland, which I love, where I will end up being. And that is where my root is. And for that reason, Kenyans, don't let me down. Let's not let our country go down. Nitafikisha hapo kidogo, nipumzike.
Thank you, Mama. And so why are Hussein coming to defend if they know they did a noble action or it was good? Why are they coming up to defend? Why are they coming out to defend?
Alexio, I told you there are two things that has happened out of this. The whole thing backfired first because other Kenyans are asking, where do they go themselves? The top leader has taken Christmas to his village. What about other Kenyans? Why should they have a privilege of, partaking of part of the taxes, while they have no that opportunity? Number two, people are asking if this then is the way of doing things. Why then not that be replicated across the board? Okay. And then Kenyans are asking, is this a new way of doing things? Handouts about food. You are aware that we had a big debate the other day because of Sagana, Mishere and Nyama. These are things we have not been used to. Uhuru never did it. Kibaki never did it. The last time these things were done was in 1980s and 90s by Moi, where a leader is meant to be felt when he goes carrying bags of food at home, rather than delivering the development agenda. So it is backfired very badly, and the responses when you see them coming to defend, the social media was not very friendly or did not praise that act. In fact, condemnations were more than praises. So I think that's why they felt a bit jittery that they had to try to defend the action. When you become a national leader, you transcend your village or your county. So every action you do, you must be very careful. And that's why I was saying maybe better If he felt that his people can have Christmas, he would have used other channels rather than he himself going to do that and then blooding the whole thing with his name. I think it would still have worked. I don't know, by publicizing to other Kenyans how he expected that to be in his benefit. I don't know.
I think Ruto has become used to doing silly things, and Kenya just react within a few minutes and they keep off. And they are used to come back after anything backfires. They are capable of, they are always coming back to defend it. And they see like it has gone, it has sunk in us and it is gone. So they do another one. And these are things that we should put into account, that the guy is getting used to do things and we Kenyans, we don't react. And for that matter, it is time for us to count, because when somebody is doing things which are not pleasant, you may tend to give first chance, second chance. But how many chances has Ruto been given doing all these bad things in our country? It's a long deal. So it is time for people to act this time. Let this guy know we are fed up, because you cannot keep on every day doing bad things to people who are just watching at you, and innocently they are keeping quiet just because they are looking at you. Maybe tomorrow he will not do that. Maybe he was going to change because we have made noise about what he has done. But he keep on bringing more and more bad things, doing silly things in our country. So are we going to keep on swallowing all these things? We are going to burst. Let's work out a way of this guy to know that we are not that kind of relaxed nation, that we have to take each and every thing that he is doing wrong to us. We have to react now. It has become like an insult, a big insult to us, because he has seen many he has done. Nobody has ever asked him or questioned him. Though, look at how he's threatening Omtata, telling him he'll use the sword. Really? Are we here to listen to such kind of, such kind of somebody who doesn't use brain? Me, I cannot come and tell you I'm gonna kill you, because the moment something happens to you, I'll be the one to answer, because I already said it by my mouth that I'll kill you. So what is he trying to portray to us? This is something that Ruto has done so many times, and he has gotten away with it. He cannot be talking such kind of big things. Telling somebody, I'll kill you, that's a big, big thing in front of people. And it should be taken seriously. Huyu mtu amefanya mambo mingi mbaya. And the other day I was asking, how does he slip off the hand of law? Kwa nini anakuwa ati yeye hapatikani na makosa apelekwe kama wale watu wengine? Because this is too much. Kenyans, when people are being threatened, nitakuua, nitatumia hiyo panga kufanya. Panga ni ya kufanya nini? Panga ni ya kukata. Na alisema kweli kabisa si ya mboga. So what next? Kwani is he a leader of cows or goats or chicken? He's a leader of human beings. And so directly he means ni mtu atakata, si mnyama. After all, akikata wanyama ataenda kuhesabu ushuru saa ngapi? Atahesabu ushuru ya wanyama wangapi akiua wanyama. So wanyama, they are more important than human being. That is what I would put. Ruto is an animal we have in our country, somebody who doesn't think, somebody who doesn't have brains of a human being, because he has a brain of human beings. Surely, in front of that crowd, he would not have used those words. And because he feels he's over the power, he is above the power we have given him. He has been given, not me. I've not given him my power, honestly. He feels he has been given power, so he then goes, instead of being on that power, he goes over the power. So the power is below him. That is why he has to do anything he wishes and say anything he wishes by his mouth. Na hiyo msifikiri ni msaha, hiyo inatoka rohoni mwake. Ni kitu amefanya na atafanya tena. God forbid. Okia Omtata. Mungu ambariki na amlinde, amzingire na damu ya Yesu. Asante.
Alexio, unajua hii mambo it's happening in a country where some of our population, especially in parts of northeastern coast province, they actually in a great need of food and other life support systems because of the devastating fronts that have happened in the last 1 or so months. So I don't know who advises Ruto, because that is part of the reason why this thing has backfired very badly. There are people who actually are in dire need of food, tents, generally life support systems. And you remember the other day there was back and forth blame game between the county governments and the national government about allocations to this category of people. So when you do some things like these ones, I think there's need to look at the wider context, because that would have made a positive impact and acceptance across the country if it was directed to people in dire need because of the natural disaster that has happened in those regions.
Kenyan will laugh.
Thank you. Unajua nimekuwa nikisikiza na nikifikiria kitu, and I want my seniors here. Nyi wote. So basically what we're saying, Eric Omondi, I was just rethinking the whole thing. Nikuwa tu niko hapa hivi doing my own thing, and I'm listening to you guys and I'm thinking about this. Eric Omondi was more mature than Ruto. I mean, tulimwona akipeleka unga kwa streets and everything. He never branded anything that it was about Eric Omondi, or even from the laugh industry. Yeye alikuwa tu anapeana. That's legit. Anaenda ananunua, anapeana. That's it. And then now I'm coming back after thinking that, and after hearing my senior here, Guru and Mom talking, I'm also thinking, imenifanya tu nikakuwa, now I'm being sarcastic, not sarcastical, actually maybe I'm being trivial, but maybe mtanijibu. I'm thinking, we've always been called a third world country for the longest, as tukiwa marooned with other countries that live in Africa. They are called third world countries. I think South Africa is the only one that has run away from this thing of third world country and stuff. When you walk to other countries, people ask you, do you have houses? Oh, we have to donate, we have to do whatever. We are computers zikiharibika zinamwagwa huko. And I was just wondering, this is the guy that anakimbianga huko hivyo nje and everything. And it makes me, kuna mali nimefikiria nikapata chills on my body. And I asked myself, This whole thing of food giving between Sudi, Ruto, and everything, it's in the media. It's going to be, I mean, yes, Kenyans will get it the first people to say pata. But pia itaonekana huko hivyo kwingine. What is other countries thinking of us if we're still a handout nation? Because it's out there. I mean, it's huwezi kimbiza media nowadays. Siku hizi hata ukituma message kama ishaenda. My friend, ukishikwa mahali pabaya ushaumwa. Nikishika guru akiwa amevaa nako kashuka hapo hivyo nimshike na nishatuma, sijui nani amepita nazo, utazipata ziko CNN, you know. So now you find these medias in other countries that even maybe we don't even follow their media. They're out there showing, oh, look at Kenyans. This is how Kenyans are. This was the Christmas in Kenya. This is, they have to be nini na vitu kama hizo, and we are being portrayed as people who cannot do anything in ourselves other than being given. You see the backwardness, the third world countriesness, the things that we used to see kila Burkina Faso, kina Congo being given vitu za bure. I mean, the Haiti just down here yenye mnataka kuleta mapolisi, when they had the earthquake and everything, and everybody was there, planes zinaanguka kila mahali bringing msaada. Now this is the same kind. The president himself portraying us to be very useless human beings, or like ni kama tuliangukiwa na disaster kutoka huko juu ikakuja ikabomwa kila kitu, we need vitu za msaada. I'm just looking at, don't look at it sugoi. I'm trying to have the bigger picture of it. What the CNN, if they catch that news, how they're going to run that thing. This is a very poor country that they have to be given. And they will show those bags with President Ruto on them. And then you go out there, Mr. Guru, you go there talking about you're a Kenyan. Kesho maybe when the Rwanda, or not even Rwanda, you go to Germany, or even talk about Mexico. Oh, you guys, yeah, I understand huko kwenyu kuna shida and na vitu kama hizo. Are we not past that in the 21st century? Now, it also makes me now want to think and overthink. Is it something to actually entice this? Because we know he's in the bed with IMF and World Bank. Is this something to entice them to portray your country to be people who don't even have a meal to eat? You're getting the money from them, but you're portraying that they are poor, that we still need that money. Can you give us more? Because you can see I'm even trying to help these guys. I'm paying for, I'm napeana msaada. I don't think kama kuna mtu hapo hivyo kama Ruto angepeleka hizo mabag zake. I don't think kama kuna mtu angekula Christmas. I think Kenya we are past that. The yellow mazes na zile vitu za kupeanwa na bure zenye tulikuwa tunaletewa na nini, kuitisha msaada kila mahali and everything. I think in the 21st century we are past that. I know my mom will eat a Christmas. I know hata ule mwenye I don't want to call them, but allow me. The watchman mwenye anakuaga kwa mlango ya madhe, and I know he will eat Christmas. Najua hata watu wale wako huko wataenda Christmas. They don't even need hiyo kitu yote. I mean, yes, would life be better for them? Yes. But you cannot tell me they cannot. But when you see a family, I mean, a whole president going to do that, and thank you guys brought up hiki to your chiefs, ndo anafaa kuwa akifanya hivyo na the sub chiefs. Mwingine amesema ni sub chief, ndio hata ndio anakuwa akifanya vitu kama hizo. Because hizo vitu watu unapelekewa nyumbani bwana. Kama ni hata ile tukileta ile yellow maize, hiyo kitu ulikuwa mnaletewa kwenyu. You don't go and then camera kila mahali and everything, and is the president. So imagine what BBC story is gonna what BBC are gonna run onto that. So are we portraying ourselves double standard that we are a developing country, or even a developed country? Who left us a developed with all this infrastructure, these highways, super highways and everything? That is what people were, I mean, international media, that is what they were looking at. Now we are back. Mtu anataka kutuonesha sasa sisi ni poor, anataka kutuonesha sisi ni nini. And I wish those people should not even go get that thing, because, and why do you even have so many cameras coming to show all that? This thing is going to go to the international media. I mean, already hapa tushacheza. This is international media right here. Kuna mtu atapick up hiyo kitu. So you'll be saying, Guru is a very poor person, living in, I don't know, na hamjui. Hata kama unanisaidia niletee kisiri, hata even if we go to the Bible, mkono yako ya left isioneshe ya right. Why you unaonesha nini sasa? Unatuonesha Kenya kama nini? Then we go back to these places that we go to and nauliza, you guys are very poor in your country na nini, and is the same president actually, instead of highlighting us to be a bigger country, he's highlighting us to look like we are bomb. I mean, where? Pole, wacha niachie hapo. I can see mama na naona Guru pia anataka kurudishia hiyo. Alexio, back to you sir, back to the studio.
Thank you. The third state. Yes, let's hear from you.
You know, this the blooding of that package, that mfuko imeandikwa jina. You ask yourself, is it meant to be a reminder in every home state? Oh, I mean, what is it supposed to be? Is that wrapping? Is that mfuko with a name expected to always remind these people about something? You know, you can buy the people in a different way. You know, and one way more used to do is to saturate every space with his name. Shule ni yeye, barabara ni yeye, kila kitu ni yeye. So people get saturated with the name. So I don't know exactly what they meant and what they wanted to achieve by even blooding those papers, the package, the mfuko. Because what will happen is that every family in that zone will be having that that package, that mfuko in their house. I believe they are going to preserve those wrappings.
It's a flag.
Somewhere.
It's a flag, Guru.
That's siku ya soko in that area. Sasa kila mtu atakuwa na beba hiyo. It's a branding. You even brand the next soko day.
So are you seeing what I'm seeing? I'm seeing something called political indoctrination at a very high level. I may be right, I may be wrong, but what I know is this. When you have a uniform artifact across the regions in every home state, to me, it is meant to be a reminder, a bidding of some kind, that there is somewhere where you should put your loyalty. My thinking.
Yes, let's hear from you, Kenyan madam.
I want to say this, hiyo vile tu Nguru amesema ni kitu ambacho wanawekwa kwa akili zao. Mtu akitoka hivi akikuta ako kagunia hapo nje anakumbuka I got this from so and so, so if they are thankful they will thank him. This is what I want to put my point. You see, Ruto, as from even when he was in Uhuru's government, alifanya mambo mingi sana upande wa agriculture, kuambia watu waache kulima mahindi walime avocado. On that same lineup waliletewa nini? Fertilizer ambayo mliona mashamba ya watu hundreds of acres, there was no harvest at all baada ya kutumia hiyo fertilizer. That's a lost harvest. Mrudi muone inchi kile chochote inchi na ilikuwa ina harvest. We are no longer having market for it. Inakuwa shida. Unaona watu wa majani walikuwa wanang'oa majani yao. Kahawa trying the same thing. Everything has gone down. There is no pricing that will please the farmer. Look at how they were putting things that they want to finish cartels so that the coffee people, tea people can receive their good pay. Nothing happened. Sasa ona anauza viwanda za mchele, wanauza ya miwa na whatever. He is really doing what Kenyan with Love is saying. That he wants to make people poor so that now hata kama ni pesa anaenda kuitisha, anaonyeshana kabisa these people ni walemavu, hawajiwezi, hata chakula ni sisi tunawapea, all this kind of a thing. Now, I ask myself, hizi chakula anapeana alitoa wapi? Is it the same kind of fertilizer they were given free and they came to sell to Kenyans? Where is he getting this rice or food from, these cereals? I move from that. Let me go to the other side, which I think it's more dangerous. Ruto is exposing his people to other tribes. Remember what happened in Rwanda. People were being enticed, they were energized by one side of the government to do the awful thing that happened in Rwanda.
Ma'am.
Yes.
With all due respect, please hold that hiyo hapo tu. Kuna kitu guru amesema hapa hivi, and I wanted to tell him the scholars part of it. It's called, hiyo guru wenye unasema is called the Pavlov theory. Take your phone, Google the Pavlov theory. That is exactly what is happening. Hiyo ndio ulikuwa unasema. It is actually proven, it's there, has been there. Ma'am, sorry, nimesikilia, unajua nilikuwa nimetoka na wasikiza kwa simu nikitoka, I'm doing some things, alafu ikaniuma, I had to bring it in. It's called the Pavlov theory. Ma'am, sorry, I apologize.
That's okay. Yeah, vita zile huwa zinatokea kwa nchi hizi zetu huwa zimetengenezwa ama zinaletwa na watu wa aina kama ya huyu jambazi. Sasa umesegregate one tribe, umeiweka kando, umewapea kazi, unaonyeshana unawapea chakula, wao wasikufe, waendelee kuwa na nguvu na waendelee kuwa wanapata kazi kuliko the other tribes. What is he doing? You're making other people feel like they don't belong to Kenya. They are more or less important in the country. Vita ikitokea, itakuwa ni nani mwanzilishi? Ruto ni mtu ambaye ameonyeshana kutoka zamani ni mtu anaegemea pande moja. Na aliwaambia watu ati mimi ile mambo nilikuwa nimefanya ya kuchukua watu wake na waweka to those lucrative institution, sitarudia tena mkinichagua this time, blah blah blah. He was not elected anyway, but he stole the election. Now he's there doing exactly what he said he's not going to do. These people, they think they are so safe the way they are being given favor by this government to live like they are babies, they are babysitted, they are being, taken care of. They have confidence that our king is with us and all that. How about the other 46 tribes in the country? Where do they belong? I would say 44. I mean 45, because part of Central kind of, it's with the Jambazi. But 46, 45 tribes against 2. What does that mean? How about even that IMF? Kwani ni mashetani wako huko kwa hizo ofisi, hawaangalii waone ni watu wanaangamia? Though ni watu ambao hawajali. Mkubwa wenu akija achukue pesa, nyinyi mtaumia. But why is there no way that even IMF should have a commission above them who should control them and tell them you cannot go beyond this point, while we see the inhabitants of that country are suffering because of what this one guy, one Jambazi, is doing to the whole country? Don't we have such commission? And if there isn't, then there is a corruption all over the world. It is not only in Kenya, it is all over the world. Because I cannot be a banker. I cannot have a bank and somebody comes, borrow money, and when I ask the security, ananiambia ni hii, alafu anakuja tena, anataka pesa, ati security ni ile ile. Lazima hata mimi nikome, kwa sababu nitaona hapa pesa zetu zitapotea. Why are the IMF feeling so comfortable giving this Jambazi, and they really know, and I know they hear what is happening in Kenya. They know exactly what is going on. If the interest was to come and collapse our country and get all what belongs to us so that they can benefit because of one person, Kenyans, stand up. Let's fight for our country. This is terrible and a very bad tragedy in our country. Ruto hawezi kuwa anaenda kuchukua pesa loans kwa watu ambao hawamuulizi security iko wapi. Wakimuuliza security iko wapi, ati ni mali yetu ndio atapeana iwe security ya hao watu. How on earth? Even those people, IMF, they are bad people. They are bad guys. However, I am a lay woman wherever I am. If they want to ask me questions, I can answer. If they want to finish me, finish me. Because it's one day I'll be finished. But I'm saying this. Hata wewe mwenye pesa, kwa nini unataka kuwa unapeana pesa kiholela? Ati kwa sababu utapewa property fulani ndio ucompensate hizo pesa, na hiyo property, it does not belong to that Jambazi. It belongs to the majority of the country. How do you give money, give every day? Ati kwa sababu shauri yake achukue, sisi tutachukua ile property. How? They must be also be corrupt. Na hiyo corruption, there should be above them another kind of body that stands for where these countries of Africa go to get money, to be looked and perused, to be understood. What kind of a country? Why is he taking this money? And what are we getting from there? Is it his? No, it's for the country. Is it developing the country so that we can be able to get our money back? No. What is he doing? Just corrupting money. We cannot give more than that what we have given. And from that moment, we will start asking for our money, which he has already taken. But if they keep on giving this man money, because he is promising properties that does not belong to him. And furthermore, he just became the fake president the other day. He just became a fake president the other day. How can he come and take properties of the country and sell or give because of the money he is taking? Where is he taking the money? Is he investing so that we can get our money back? Those are the questions that even IMF, if they are legal, if they stand for legality, to ask and know where this country is heading. Kwani unataka kuwa unapea watu loan, wanaenda wanafifia, unapoteza pesa yako. Even you want to get your money back. But you cannot be getting money back by repossessing properties. That is not in your country. It is in another boundary, another country apart from where you are. Stay in your place, give loans accordingly. in a legal way so that once we fail to pay, we can be answerable the whole country, not one person who is taking money and misusing, and then the whole country comes to pay. Even for them, they should have investigators of knowing where the money is going, if it is helping the inhabitants, because you cannot hold as ransom for someone's mistake, taking money for himself and misusing, and then you come and hold us at ransom so that we pay your money, or you take what belongs to us so that you pay yourself the loan back. I feel pity for our country, Kenya. It's sad and very hard to understand and even to stomach this kind of a big problem that we have been put in. We have to stop this. We have to stop this guy by putting us into this bondage. We are not going to accept. Kenya is worthy so much for many, many people, millions of people. It's not for one person. Wacha hivyo anarukaruka, hivyo anarukaruka. The moment we'll get this government, he should know those consequences he's looking for, he will face it. Asanteni sana.
Mr. Alexa.
Yes.
Yeah. Hebu. Yeah, niongeze kwa volume. So, yeah, nasema hivi, nataka ku-add pumzi kwa maneno yenye Maadhi amebonga hapo hivi. Unajua IMF na World Bank ile agreement yenye walifanya na Kenya ilikuwa mbovu sana. Siwezi nikailinganisha na Malawi, because Malawi Chakwera aliagree na IMF kukata expenditure ya government operations Lakini sasa hii yetu ya Kenya Ruto yeye aliwaambia kuwa atahadi VAT. Ndio naona aliadi VAT kutoka 8 to 16%. Alafu na hizi taxes zenye tunaona zinafanya nini, zenye tunapewa tunapewa kama dawa. Yani unapewa aka kamoja, unafikiria aka ka tax kataisha, kingine ndio aka kanachomoka. Sasa kama unaona kingine ka pussy cuts ndio aka kametokelezea. Yani that is how kumefanya nini, ndio jamaa aliagree. But what happened to Nakumatt? Nakumatt sijui, by the way, nini ili happen mpaka hiyo Nakumatt ikadunda bungulu vile ilidunda. Unajua tusisahau William Samoei Ruto in 1 year tumeambiwa vizuri kabisa ashachukua 2 trillion in 1 year. Leave alone hii ingine yenye amepewa yenye amepewa juzi 1.6 trillion IMF, alafu na World Bank ikampatia kitu kama 800, ndio sasa imake 2.4 trillion. Lakini hiyo italipwa within the next 3 years, italipwa in phases. Lakini hii ingine 2 trillion hiyo already akonayo kwa mfuko. Sasa mimi ile kitu sijui kama huyu jamaa anataka kulaunda hii pesa na hizi parasato zenye anataka kuuza, lazima hizo pesa ziingie kwa nini, kwa system brother. So hizo pesa kuingia kwa system ndio zioshwe, lazima ziwekwe bayana, because you never know of what will happen tomorrow. Because yeye kama ni kurudisha hiyo deni already ataendelea kuirudisha through mambo ya taxes. Alafu na sisi wenye tuko hapa nje, hii pesa yenye tunatuma atafanya nini? ataendelea kulipa IMF vile wali agree. Lakini sasa hii 2 trillion yenye alipokea cause haijaingia kwa system, haijaingia kwa economy, cause kama 2 trillion brother and sisters, mamas and babas, kama hii pesa ingekuwa imeingia kwa nini, kama ingekuwa imeingia kwa economy, tungekuwa tumeona economy yetu in one way or the other ikifanya nini, ikiwa inaanza kuonyeshana namna ya kukua, but vitu at standstill as we speak. Kidogo kuna simu inakuja.
Okay, kidenye nilikuwa nataka kusema ni moja, and can we just approach this IMF because we know according to the constitution inasema we shall only borrow for development, and when they are giving this money, those people who are lending them money, what are they presenting as a show that this money is going to be used in the right way, just the way the constitution intended to? Because the constitution says you should not borrow for recurrent expenditure, but only development. And again, the other thing is, Jambazi mwenyewe alituambia kwamba out of 10 shillings he collects, 7 shillings is used to pay the debt. Can we have to find out what that 10 hiyo debt ilichukuliwa kufanya kazi gani? Yeah? Because if you are going to repay the debt, can we have account, raise the account and be able to see this money was borrowed, it did A, B, C, D, so that when we are paying the debt, we know hii pesa tulichukua tukajenga mahali fulani. And again, have you seen mdozi mwenye ako tu na pesa anasema niko na pesa na hana property? So if you want to sell Kenyan property, do you want to say that Kenya will be left tajiri, maskini? Because we know very well, Guru, hata wewe usazile mtu anapata pesa, hiyo pesa anatumia kununua vitu, assets. Hiyo ndio inajenga udosi. So wewe ukitaka kuuza vitu za Kenya, hiyo ni udosi ama ni umaskini unaleta? Na wewe mwenye unataka kuuza, why are you doing away with the parliament not saying anything? Why do you want you yourself just to be the sole person who will be able to decide on the fate of all this mali wa Kenya? Hautaki wabunge waongee? Na wewe mwenyewe ukikaa chini ujiulize, kwa nini hawa presidents wenye walikuja mbele yangu, why did they not sell these things? Because this thing, the idea of selling this parastatal and din was put on their desk. But out of their wisdom, they decided, no, I'm not going to touch this. And again, mimi sijaiona ule mdosi mwenye anasema mimi ni mdosi, na we can't be able to see the value of udosi ndani ya vitu zenye amenunua ama ndani ya vitu zenye anafanya. Wewe unataka tu kuuza. Is this a poor man's mentality of selling things?
Umuuliza swali ngumu, lakini I know Guru is coming. Na tukishamaliza kuuza,
exactly, hiyo pesa tunapeleka wapi? What are we going to do? Udosi inakuwa measured with the amount of things that we can see, physical things that we can see.
Because that ukiangalia US wako na the reserve, what do you call the gold reserve and everything. Ni watu at least hawezi good kwanza ile security iko huko. What they reserve is theirs because that is actually what defines them. So tukishauza kila kitu, nini tutakuwa tunasimamia Kenya? Will we even have value for anything that we own? Hata hiyo karatasi yetu tutakuwa tunatupa. Zimbabwe number 2. Zimbabwe, I mean, hata Zimbabwe walifanya vizuri, you know.
Mimi nimekuuliza Kenyan with love. Have you seen mdosi mwenye anasema mimi niko mdosi na hana anything? Where? Tell me. Give me 3 examples.
Wacha nisikumie Guru. Guru, unaweza kuwa mdosi na una kuku? Kuna kale kajogo kako ulituambia utachinja. Sijui kama ulichinja, sisikiagi kakiwika siku hizi. Lakini si yako kajogo ndio kalikuwa hako ndio kanakuweka. That's your value. Isn't it?
You know, part of the reason why you see the agitation in Anglophone countries and the lot of resentment against the French is because precisely of the same thing. People reach to a point of asking themselves why they are where they are. I mean, where is the national pride when everything is owned and directed by another government? And you know, it is so shameful that you get to a point where you even devalue the institutions so that you can get an opportunity to sell. I liked how what the mainstream media did immediately after the interview. They went and fished out information to counter the figures that were given during that Ruto interview. And it revealed something completely different, especially for KCC, KICC. KICC is grossing over 1 point something billion in revenues, and then we are told that it makes 29 million. Honestly, and then Kenya Pipeline, actually a security strategic facility. You can't hand over such a facility to private people. Those are things that a country should guard with all its strength.
Guru, my senior, with all due respect, as we talk about these private people and where we are turning these things to, is it our right to know who exactly it is? I brought this topic yesterday. I know you were not here, but can we at least try to say who exactly is this? Because there's no one called a private person. We cannot privatize something to someone that we don't know. Is it our right to know who it's being sold to, so that we have a name behind of it? I mean, we don't sell things behind in absentia. So as you're working with that, I would want you to address where my feeling is, because kama tunauzia Saudi Arabia, we need to be told it's Saudi Arabia, ni MBS ndio ananunua, and this and this and this. Now, who's this private investors? Because we've run away with this private investor, and I don't understand what is private about a public entity. Who's private? If it's Mato, ni Mato ndo ananunua, ama I don't know. Maybe you might address that. Maybe there's something you know better than that. I brought this topic jana tulipigana nayo hapa. It took us almost 2 hours because we need to know where's the name. Give us a name. Who's coming to buy? Who's buying KICC? Who's buying whatever? Tunajua ya Chris Kirubi ni gani? Tunajua ya Uhuru ni gani? Can you tell us the name? So if you can address that, I would really appreciate. Nimeleta shida nayo kutoka jana hadi wa leo. Guru, I know you are my elder and I'm sorry.
You know, you bring in a very pertinent issue. I hope you are aware of what happened in selling out shares for Safaricom. There was a small company called Mobiterea. Up to today, you've never known, or we've never been told who these Mobiterea were. But we within the mainstream media and in the public domain, people knew that these people are the influential people in government. So what they did, they formed a company, and then when the international company was buying in, they put in as a demand that I think was it 5% is ceded to them, but they are concealed behind a company called Mobiterea. So these are the issues that are worrisome for many Kenyans, because when the first step is to make sure that the parliament gets out of scrutiny of privatization, it only raises issues that there are people perhaps in this country who are going out there forming companies in UK, in Australia or elsewhere, and then they will purport to be buying as foreigners, and Kenyans have every right to be suspicious, because you see what happens is that sometimes you may find at the end of the day Kenyans are left with nothing. There is nothing they can say this is their heritage. You are living in a country, but whenever you pass and see those institutions, you know that they belong to other countries. They belong to nationals of other countries. It is a very frustrating thing when you sell things that essentially should be owned by Kenyans themselves. And when I mean Kenyans, I don't mean a few connected people out there going and coming to purport to be a company registered somewhere in Australia. So it is suspicious, even the manner in which this is being pushed through. First of all, you remove the parliament as a scrutiny of what process will be. Number two, you started devaluing the institutions by putting in very depressed figures, like saying that KICC only brings 29 million when the Auditor General talks of 1.3 billion. So you can already see we've started on the wrong footing, because that brings a lot of suspicion that there is more than meets the eye. Some men have decided to expropriate national resources and make them their own.
Guru, who's the private investor? What's the name? Who's the private investor? When we talk about private investor, who's the private investor?
There are very many ways in which you can do this. You can go out there, look for a company, maybe in Saudi Arabia. You impress on them to buy maybe Kenya Pipeline, and then because we have a corrupt elite, you put your name or your stake there through another company. Your name will not appear, but through another company, you get yourself part of the pie. So,
but Guru, I'm going to take you on this one because I know where I'm going, and I want you to answer me. Because now you said I go to Saudi Arabia, I get a company. So that company has a name and it's from Saudi Arabia, right?
Yes.
Okay. So where does the name private investor come?
Private comes in the sense that these are, and by the way, private sector is it's not essentially foreigners. They can also be private persons in Kenya. What it means is that the facility has left the hands of the public. The public institutions are run through the treasury, so they are owned by the treasury. They are actually even funded by the public through the taxes in case there is a problem. But once you pass over a facility to a company that is owned by persons, private persons, that means the government has no role to play in that company again.
Later, but huyu ni nani tunafanya kazi na yeye? So yes, I agree. Guru is a good person. Guru is a guy who has a lot of money. He can actually buy it. Is Guru a private investor with a name or a private investor without a name? I'm looking for the name. That is what I'm looking. I'm not Sikata Historia, a private investor. Guru is a private investor. Amenunua KCB, amefanya nini? Lakini do we know that is Guru, or do we have a name behind it, or it's just a private investor? That's what we need to know.
Legally, And if you go to the laws of Kenya, an investor can be an individual called guru. An investor can be a company called Mobiterea. The two are recognized as persons, okay, legally. So I can either come as guru with my name as a private investor, or I can come as a company and buy. Either way is acceptable legally. You understand?
But if you bought it, then your public document. So we need to know if it's. I mean, I understand. Yes, Guru did not want to come with his name. He came with what company did you? Umesema company fulani, whatever, or Guru Advocates or whatever. So, but we need to know who bought it, right? So we don't just sell it to someone that we don't even know.
You know the problem is this, eh? The people in the legal field are funny people. I may right now Mobiterea. The media tried to get the structure of that company in terms of names, and it was said that it is they are designed a non-disclosure clause. So it is a bit complicated. It is not as you think, because you see, when I come as a company, Mobiterea, that is all what you should know. It is Mobiterea that is the private investor, and is considered as a person in legal terms. You understand? So it's made that way so that some very clever political elite can actually buy into private institutions without necessarily exposing their names, their true names. You understand?
Thank you. You answered my question, but as a public entity, I can see Mom wants to. Alexio, you know, I'm sorry. I know I'm jumping in a lot. Sorry,
Let's to hear from Mom.
Yeah.
Yes, I know questions are good. Eh? You have not answered my question. Have you seen any rich man who doesn't have property? That's what I want to know. Mami, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I have a question to Guru. Now, we have a private buyer, Mutomberea, whatever the case. And here we have got two people, a willing seller and a willing buyer. My question is, we have Mubeterea, who is a willing buyer. Who is the willing seller?
You know, let me first clarify. Mobiterea was a small company that bought into Safaricom when Safaricom was partly sold to private people, and I think there's a international private company that bought. So our political elite went there with their own small company, and when the deal was being signed, they were made part of that buying from the other side. And when the Kenyan media trying to find out exactly who was behind this Mobiterea company that is buying into Safaricom, they could hardly get those names. So the willing buyer here, the willing seller, is the government. Essentially, it should be the government, because it is the one that owns these institutions. Okay? And this means, by extension, it is Kenyans, because these institutions are owned by Kenyans, and the guarantor is the government. I mean, they hold in trust. That's what we say. The government holds in trust that Kenya Pipeline is an institution where Kenyans have invested over the years through taxes. They have all the facilities that they have been buying has come through the taxes that Kenyans have been being cut over the years. So the Kenya Pipeline is a public facility bought by public funds. The government, sitting government at any one time, is just a custodian. Is a custodian of that facility on behalf of Kenyans.
Guru, Alexio, najua ma'am, thank you for asking that question. Guru, umeulizwa swali lingine kali sana. Thank you ma'am for coming with that. Who's the willing seller? Now, are you a Kenyan? Am I a Kenyan? At what point did I, as a Kenyan citizen, did I sign for it to be sold? Hata kama ni majority wins and everything, where did I sign or even vote for it to be sold? So are we seeing a trend that here that just because you become a president, you can make a decision for Alexio, you can make a decision for Mom, and you can make a decision for Guru? Is there a law that is, because I know this doesn't happen in other countries. I can tell you, waleo huku kwenye tunatembeaga, you will not sell anything without it going through a whole either referendum, agreement. Majority wins, yes. But how comes that mtu tu anaweza amua and we say we are the government? That is your building. As talking of KICC, that is Alexio's building. That is Mami's building. And whether we like it or not, we've been paying taxes for it. So where did you sign for it to be sold?
You know, Kenyan with love. If you know, Kenyans have do not know the revolutionary document that they gave themselves in 2010. Because essentially what happened is that for the first time, Kenyans were given the ability to say what they want, especially when matters public are being conducted. Now, but also we left a provision where the parliament on behalf of Kenyans, because they are people's representatives, can set rules. Now, the problem is this. The current administration, what it has done is trying to circumvent that by making its own rules, and that's why I blame even our MPs, because how is it that you can take to Parliament a bill that says that they should be removed from scrutinizing sale of public facilities, and they accept? Because essentially what you have done is to disempower the Kenyan people, because the MPs are presumed to be representing the interest of Kenyans, because we can't all go to Parliament. So it is them who should be saying no. But that does not completely disempower the public, the Kenyan public, because there is the issue of public participation. This matter is more serious than you think, and I think that's why the opposition, particularly the one that still exists, some outside the parliament, are saying very clearly that they will stop this, because going to court, showing that this is being done against the will of Kenyans, there is no public participation, and so on and so forth. It is possible to stop this. And so basically, it's a regime that has shown appetite for curtailing the right of Kenyans to determine what they want, and the way forward on matters as serious as selling public facilities and public institutions. So that's where we are. But it also reminds us that within our ranks, we are people who want to take us back to the dark days of Moi, when you wake up and do what you want with the public facilities. You can sell, you can expropriate, like the land that was just being dished out and is public land, and so many other things. So here we are talking about a serious matter where institutions that have been funded over the years by Kenyan taxpayers, and they have built such capital, are now being sold in one sweep. That one, it is up to Kenyans to decide.
Yes, Mama.
Thank you, Alexio. I'm learning so much from Guru. Thank you for you coming this evening. And as far as Kenyans, we are concerned, as I am, I'll say this. When we elect a president, he becomes the king. King, what do we call king? The person who stands for your rights. If you are elect someone,
Next
is
of
it
kin.
next of kin? That's the word.
Custodian.
Custodian. Yes. Being a custodian. Let me give you an example
Or
of
trustee. We hold you in trustee.
Yes. I'll give you an example of the country I'm in. We have got so many next of kin, custodian, trustee in different forms. But there is no way that next of kin can do any alteration or any move without consulting the real person who have given him or her the mandate to be a next of kin. So what I'm seeing in Kenya is a trend of, now look at this Jambazi. He was able to buy all these crooks, because I'll call them crooks, since, as Guru put it, they never went there to represent who voted for them, who elected them. They went there for themselves. And so they were bought like goats or chicken and went the other side. So the Kenyans who voted for them was left outside. So whatever they are doing is dubious against the Kenyans' will. Now, is there no way, because we have reached a point whereby feeling like he has got all the mandate to do anything in our country, and no questions should arise. Are we going to let this go on and happen because he has the right, because it was passed in the parliament, because the goons went there and decided to go the other side? So now we Kenyans, raia, tumenyamazishwa, hatuwezi piga kelele kwa sababu ya kitu ambacho kinatuhusu. I have never seen anything like that. Next of kin has to consult the person who have given them that mandate. So the same, the government has to consult the mwananchi whether we are going to accept this because of this and that. And the reason should be enough for us to accept. If we say no, it should stop there. Why are we not consulted? Is it because we don't have brains? Is it because we don't understand law? Is it because we are nonsense? Is it because we are less important? What would that stand for, Mr. Nguru, if you can help me just to have a good night?
And just a quick question, not a quick question, just to the moderator, Mr. Chair. I know you've been seeing my talks up kwa comment section. There's something that Travel with Fred wanted us to talk about, the e-citizen. He just sent me a video once you guys finish talking about, I know you've been seeing our conversation, Uko.
Yes,
I
I've
mean,
seen that.
yeah, amenitumia, it's ready to go, but nataka kwanza mmalize hii topic. So when you're ready, I'm ready to do it because I want Guru, do not go anywhere. Nataka nyinyi muongejwe hii kitu because now this one becomes an inani affect pia mimi, the e-citizen thing. I just seeing it. It's breaking news. All right.
Yes, I've seen that in the media. Before Guru, you continue and maybe elaborate on this. I would like just to ask you guys, as of us, all of us here, how much is the rent in Runda per month? Is around 300 there, okay, or 200, 300,000. Sindio, Kenyan love of a 4-bedroom house.
Yeah, I think the last time I had it was about either, at least you can't get anything less than 100. At least that would be 2-bedroom. Even Kilimani, you cannot get something for less than 100. Kwanza Kilimani is very
Okay.
Kora.
Yes. So my question is, yes. Now for Runda, you get a house like goes for 300,000 per month or 200,000 per month. How much is the cost of construction of that house, including the land that it stands on? Then my question now comes in. Ile mwenye investor aliweka hapo kusimamisha hiyo nyumba, how much is the value and how much is the percentage of the rent? Do you expect this person mwenye alijenga hiyo nyumba ya Runda, he's getting 30% per month as the value of the rent? He's not getting even 30%. Maybe he's not even, he's getting in 0.00%. And why does Zakayo want a house that is worth 30 billion to be producing 1 billion in a month or in a year? In a month, yes, because alisema inafaa ilikuwa inaleta hii. Which month is that? Some things you construct and you yourself, mwenye uliweka hapo pesa, you don't even live to benefit from it. You leave it for prosperity. Does he understand that? Guru. Then before we let Elana.
Let me first correct something. Maandamano, I think to use the word next of kin is a bit too strong, and the right thing is a custodian. Custodian in the sense that when a government comes in, you take the instrument of power and you take the contracts that had been signed there before by the previous governments, and you become the new custodian. So a custodian is just somebody who steps in for the real owners. Okay, you keep in custody. So that does not give him the right to dispose, to fire, or in any other way tamper with what is been given. He's just the one who owns the title deeds, but nothing more. By the way, and may not even be an owner, may not even have a share of that. Is just a role you've been given to keep in custody. I think that would be the right thing to do, because right now you also find there is a lot of land that is in counties, which has become contentious because that land is held in trust, and the county governments are the custodian of that land on behalf of the people in that county. So the governor cannot come and purport that land to be hers or his. And in any case of land use, the matter has to be debated and maybe public participation done. Do you want a school here? This land belongs to maybe Meru County Council, former, and now Meru County. We need a school, we need a dispensary, we need this. So the consultation is done and an agreement is made, and not just an agreement, it's something that is passed and written and documented for purposes of the governments that will come thereafter to understand that this was not a whimsical activity by one leader. It was something agreed. So in this case of government institutions, what is happening is very worrying, because the role was changed to remove the scrutinization of the privatization process, apparently because it will take long. That's what they said, or it takes long, meaning they want a quick disposal. Number two, it will remove scrutiny on who the questions you're asking, who is going to buy, by what amounts, and so on and so forth. And therefore, it is a very dangerous thing to do, because it is like taking somebody's, you've been given titles to keep on behalf of some people, and then you decide to go and sell out there the way you want. That is not right. So now, there are two things I will repeat here and which are very worrying. The first one is removing the scrutiny of the MPs, because MPs essentially represent the people. They are the ones who should ask those questions you're asking here. Number two is who will determine what. It means there's a few people, very few people seated somewhere. Maybe you might not know, but already maybe those things have already been sold. There are very many things happening underground, which we cannot tell. Because apparently you have been given the power alone to do that. So why we have scrutiny is so that the public can get value for money. Right now, you will not be surprised. The Mobiterea I was telling you about, who forced their way into ownership of Safaricom, they were getting billions of money in dividends, and this was a purely public facility. So at that level where they entered into this company, the public came to know much later, actually, by the fact that as a listed company, you have to disclose some material facts. So that's that point is when it became apparent that there was a small company that had been ceded some almost 6% of the ownership of the company, or I can't remember exactly the. So the issue here is why sell? Why sell? Is it value for money? And can't we improve it? In fact, I saw Miguna calling Ichungwa primitive and illiterate because of saying that KICC cannot make money unless it is privatized. And I also agree with him, because what it turns into a human being when you are either working for private or public, it all depends on management. So to tell us that this thing can only make money when it is privatized is hogwash. It doesn't. It flies into the hypocrisy. So me, I'm seeing a deeper reason here. There are people who want, that's my view. There are people who want to form a new capitalist class in Kenya, and by doing that, they want to buy public facilities and institutions.
Guru, that imeniuma. Then it means our government is so stupid if the private sector is smarter than them.
We don't have a government. We don't have a government. Which government are you referring to?
I'm just saying the people in the government then come at the private sector are so smart that they can make money out of it. Then I mean, well,
yes,
so
I understand. I understand where you're coming from. That's correct. And the other thing, let me remind you. We cannot trust Ruto to sell anything. Ruto is the same person who hived off part of Ngong Forest and sold to Kenya Pipeline. Do you remember? Ruto is the same clique that sold Rift Valley Railways, Kenya Railways to Rift Valley Railways. Do you remember that thing? He was among those clique in the Kanu days when they sold Rift Railways to a company called Rift Valley Consortium from South Africa, and yet it was just a picture of that Mzungu, but in the background there were some Kenyans who were owning it, and they even didn't run it. Yeah, we cannot trust them. We do not trust them. Ruto aachane na mali ya Wakenya. Kama ameshindwa uongozi, get out as soon as possible. We have capable Kenyans who can run this country of ours. Lala.
By the way, Alexio, by the way, privatization by itself is not a bad thing. The only bad thing here is how it is done and whether there is value for money. And because I'm saying this because we've done some of these things in the past, but it depends on how we do them. Look at what we did with Kenya Airways, although it has had its own problems. You invite Kenyans to buy into shares, okay, through the NSE. That is also part of privatization. Okay, you send some shares to the Kenyan public. So let's assume that's what they are going to do.
But Guru,
It could be a good thing. The only problem,
you're messing people here a little bit.
No.
Yes,
Guru.
privatization.
no, I'm not.
No,
I'm not.
selling IPOs to the Kenyan people, that's fine. Lakini trying to privatize.
It
Privatize
is
something
still that is still privatization, by the way. By selling shares through the NSE, because part of the shareholding goes to private persons who will be getting some dividends.
Guru,
okay,
Guru, I agree with you. But we need honesty. If somebody is lying, KICC is making 30 million, and the Auditor General is saying this company KICC is making 900 million. So where is it? How can we trust you to privatize? In the first place, you're telling us lies. You started on the platform of lies. So how do we trust you?
That is now the where we come in, because look at it this way: KCB was once 100% Kenyan government institution. So some shares were ceded. It's the same case with Kenya Airways and the rest. But the only problem here is what we are talking about now: trust. I am happy that like the Moya rice mills, they have said they will buy those shares as farmers, as a multi-purpose union. They are the ones to buy those shares. Okay, that's a good move. That's a good move because that is the activity, that what they do, and they will be able to control very many things. Because when you bring in an investor, you can even decide to sell those mills and start something else. You understand? You know what the tragedy of Mumia Sugar. You know, private investment is very funny. People rushed and bought into the shares of Mumias, even the small farmers and other Kenyans. But within a short time, they sold out to huge institutions and a few personalities. So today, the people of Mumias feel like they don't own that activity. They don't own the facility, because those who bought are not essentially farmers. They are not essentially people anchored in the activities that they do. For them, they wanted to be earning some dividends and some, value. So you can either privatize through the Nairobi Securities Exchange by inviting Kenyans to buy shares. You can also look for a strategic investor, and that's where now the problem is, because who is this strategic investor? He can be even anybody out there. They could be even some political elite who go and register a company somewhere in Australia and come here cheating us that it's foreigners who are buying. There is a lot of backroom negotiations that can go Because you can also imagine somebody goes, tells the people, Arabs somewhere, that here there's a facility, what you are going to do, bring this amount of money, but for me, you give me this number of shares in that company, we buy it off. But we are going to also to make these concessions for you, those kind of things. And that is what is scaring us here. Because like you say, Alexio, this is about trust. And that is why scrutinizing the process through the parliamentarians is essential. And in fact, it is an abdication of duty for the MPs to just allow a person to sell off facilities that belong to the public on his own terms, at
Thank
his
you.
own time, at his own price.
Thank you. I can hear your cock crawling. Yeah, it was not sold. Lala, come in. Thank you, Lala. You can be able to take on.
Thank you, Michael, Guru, Kenya We Love, Kenya Mandamano, and Lexio, of course. I think I'd like to just contribute a little bit to the discussion. I do marriage counseling, and you see, couples may decide to live together, and they seem to be doing very well together without marriage, just girlfriend and a boyfriend. But then trouble starts happening to that relationship. And one of them believes that the reason why we have trouble is because we are not legally married. So they make an appointment, they come to my office, and I work with them, and they decide to get married. And interesting enough, most of those marriages still continue with the same problem. And it's not being married would solve the problems that already are there. But most cases, they don't go away. In other words, getting married does not change anything, just the papers, unless other things change. When we look at selling of companies, floating shares, so that it can be privatized, the problem is not, cannot be fixed by changing hands, of owners. But it has to be the management of those entities, whether they are parastatal or they are private. If you read or study failures of companies, it doesn't matter whether they are private or not, or they are run by government. It is the sound management of those companies that make the biggest difference. If you are a parastatal and you're making losses, look at how much influence government is when it comes to appointments, management, decision making, how things are used. And so look at the leadership structure. Because when some of our favorite airlines, KLM, British Airways, all these other wonderful companies, China especially, these are parastatals for those countries. So for Kenyans to simply say that wherever this Kenya creature, that the answer is privatization. I agree with Guru that that's not the answer. The answer has to be the management of this parastatal. Study them if they really belong to the private space, and if they do, there's a process that will guide this organization to be privatized. Let's follow sound business principle. Let's be honest with yourself and do it the right way. I think the way it's being done, even if they are losing money, I'm suspicious. And of course, Ruto and the group have lied to us. They are basically not losing money. And now the question is, what is the motive for undervaluing this company? I think the motive is very, very clear. You undervalue something that now when you sell it to your friends or to yourself, you pay peanuts so that you can make money. That's the whole reason behind it. But then how is it impacting us as a people? First of all, those who are outside looking at this company that are losers, okay? When you're perceived as a loser, okay, it is so hard to change that perception. I live in a city called Cleveland, Ohio, okay? Cleveland at the turn of the century was the fourth largest city in America, the richest. And then things started falling apart. The steel industry went, under. Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Detroit began to go through economic downturn. And I'm telling you, it hit these cities, especially Cleveland, that when we look at signs, places where they had the biggest problems, that nobody wants to invest their money for a long time, has been the Cleveland area. The same as a restaurant. You may have a wonderful restaurant, but when somebody discovered that this restaurant and got dirty kitchen and roaches are running, it doesn't matter what you do. Nobody is coming to buy, to eat in your place. It doesn't matter what you do, you are going down. Ruto is damaging the brand called Kenya, and it will take a long, long, long time to repair. Because the thing that hurts us the most now is the perception that these people are in trouble. And IMF, MIF, and World Bank now feel like, they have that power over Kenya. And so and the studies are proven, you can Google, studies are proven that when IMF or World Bank manages an economy, those economies become anemic. They only begin to improve after they leave. I think a study by two scholars did that study in 2021. So Ruto is damaging our brand, devaluing our companies, our corporations, okay? And basically destroying our reputation around the globe as corrupt people who anything goes. I think today I saw some award given to Martha Koome. Don't know, Woman of the Year. I don't know what kind of award that is. That makes me angry and sad and mad, because if those are the Africans, based on their performance, now these are the best, and they know that election was bungled. They know that this woman allowed Kanago to make a decision, and now she is heralded, is given recognition as the legal mind from Africa. That is, they are laughing at us. They are literally laughing at the African brand. They are thinking of us not as human, that we are not even nearer them. In other words, the best we can do is to have people like Martha Koome, Ruto, to be recognized as the example of great leadership. That is what we are doing to ourselves. So we are seen in the light of people like Ruto. And so when you go out of Africa. When you want to do business, serious business, they don't want to do it with you. But these are done strategically so that we can give up our resources, our minerals, and other resources that they need for themselves because we cannot handle those things. We are not there yet. If all we can do is to steal elections, to rob from ourselves, then we are not worth even negotiating with them. I think these are things that we should step out and say no, because it's not just about them. We can talk about Ruto and Comey and the rest, but now it's about us. Tunachafuka, and the saddest thing is we are watching from outside while there is an hostage going on. Our families are being murdered, raped. Things are happening to us. Our properties are being abused and misused, and we feel helpless standing outside. That's exactly what we are doing when we are just so helpless and hopeless, and feeling inability, immobilized. We cannot do anything. It's like those animals that one little lion would terrorize them. But only if they would move together, they would actually clear the environment. So this is the problem that we have right now. The environment is toxic when you and I can do something. So that's my contribution to that debate on sale of this precious corporation, and for you and me who engage people internationally, and we know how businesses are run, and we know the perception that go into businesses for them to lose or gain their status. And so we know that there are things at this point, if we get rid of Ruto, my fellow Kenyans, we can make our economy work. I gave this story some time back. I come from a place, let me just disclose it, Homa Bay, okay? When I was younger, not too young, a gentleman who had stopped stealing, okay? He claimed to have stopped, he was a thief, but then he claimed to have stopped stealing. And so my grandfather explained to us that this guy is now a good guy, okay? But one day, while in Homa Bay, in I think a Barclays bank, we saw an Indian, dropping some money there from the store to the shop. And for some reason, the old self came back, okay? So he went, the Indian man was a little bit not as big as him, and knocked him down, took the money, began to run. And children began to follow this guy. And because he was carrying a lot of money, okay, coins, that is, plus notes, what he decided to do was to take the notes, put in the pocket, the bill, the 10 shillings, in notes, in note forms, and the coins, it threw at the kid. And the kid stopped chasing him and began to take shilingi tano, shilingi ishirini, shilingi macoin, they're taking the coin, and the man is gone. And Kenyans, what we are doing right now is we are busy, many of us, taking the coin just to go and buy maybe something little, instead of putting our eyes on the goal. And the goal is to get this thief, get him out quickly before he storms in another place. And we can do it very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Guru, for that great submission. And again, Kenyans, what I'd like to tell you one thing, the load of poverty himself now can be seen. You have seen what Sugoi people have done. Raila has been accused as a load of poverty, but now we can see the really load of poverty. Merry Christmas. Where are you? Have you seen that load of poverty? Maybe you touch on what the discussion we were talking about, what they said before we move to e-citizen. The government is charging us everything. Hii ni serikali ya kufanya biashara.
Are you ready for me?
No, let's Merry Christmas. Talk about what the topic you are talking about as we conclude on that before we move to.
Anaonekana akona mbio sana.
Tunataka tu uzunguzie kidogo before tufunge hiyo chapter, hii topic ndio tuende kwa hii ya e-citizen.
Haya, okay. Okay, ni sawa. So bwana MGA, Muga, and the rest of the panelists. Yeah, it's a pleasure to come here again. Yeah, I think this channel is very addictive. I hope what we are doing here will finally amount to anything. Yeah. Mumeona kile kimetendeka leo and the whole of this festive season. Wakenya wanabaguliwa life. But we don't need to claim that because the leader is a Sugoi leader. So huyo ni kiongozi wa Sugoi, and Sugoi people deserve to get goodies from their leaders. And for some of us who do not have a leader who is currently in the government, we just sympathize because tunaona sasa our taxes are being used unfairly, or they are being channeled to wrong places. We cannot worship this guy, whether aliiba kura or what he has done, even including dilapidating our countries. We will withstand na tutasimama. Huyu mtu hakuna vile ati he will make us to cow down or to start worshiping him because of what he is doing. No. We will stand strong, steadfast. We will walk, we will crawl if we have to do that until we get the remedy of what we are fighting for. Even as we wait for the natural justice to do its work, we will also fight for ourselves. We cannot allow somebody to just come and destroy a very built country, a country which was on an upward trajectory, a country. Unajua na saa zingine kuna kitu najaribingi kuuliza watu hapa. You people, do you remember what we were talking in 2019? You people, do you remember? Even as many of us were opposing the BBI and the dreams which were put in the BBI, can you people try to imagine, leave the cost, which maybe people are saying that BBI was, but can you imagine a country which was talking of BBI, the issues of inclusivity, and how to solve some of the perennial problems which had bedeviled us, including, because you see, in the BBI, we had understood the Kenyan problem, and we had documented the Kenyan problem. It was now going to phase 2, whereby we needed the Kenyans to confirm that this is the problem and this is how we need to solve it. Do you agree? That is now the phase where we are. Before the devil came and destroyed everything for his egocentric and selfish gain, so that he can be able to to build his 2022 campaign. You people, are you aware that if BBI passed, Ruto had no place in the new Kenya? I wish somebody can have a second look at the BBI again. And you people, you will understand that it was an abortion of a very, very prosperous country. But tulioneshwa tu hivi ya juju hivi tu ambayo makes sense, and then the Sugoi thief, some of us had to agree with him because ni wale watu mdomo tamtam, which speaks nothing. And fear these people who speak sweet words, but they have no cause action to show anything. Now we have somebody here. Unajua hata sahi, unajua bwana Muga pia, even as we speak about history ya watu wa Eldoret vile walikuwa wanapewa chakula. Can somebody tell me of a project or something which Mr. Ruto has done even in his constituency? Unajua sasa sahi we have started doing now microscoping or even microscaling to understand this guy. This guy has ever been an MP. He has ever been a minister, even Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Higher Education. Some people boast that in the Ministry of Education at the end alipunguza time at the waiting ile ya miaka mbili, which people used to wait. Although that was something which was long overdue. Can you people tell me of something in Kenya regarding an infrastructure? Like muniambie, there is a borehole here. Ruto ndiye alijenga. There is a road here moving from point A to point B. Ruto ndiye alijenga. There is a church here, even including those churches which you people you say Ruto ndiye alijenga. Can you show me of a church which Mr. Ruto has built? Na msiniambie kweza, because some of those money which he actually takes in those churches, or he has been taking to those churches when he used to take those churches, we were not sure that if it was money for constructing. We are not sure of that. So I would like somebody to tell me what Ruto did prior to being a president. I would be interested. At least I want to get those notes. So Sugoi people have gotten Christmas. So hiyo mfuko sijui ilikuwa na nini. The only thing I saw was a mugshot picture. We are just in a bad place because of, I don't know how long it will take for us to see this. And there's one thing which I can tell you, things always become bigger. If Ruto is going to be the president of Kenya in 2024, expect even 2 mugshots now. Expect worse things than the ones you see. So I think we are not on the right trajectory in terms of leadership, and that's why we should not concentrate with the government in terms of the leadership. Us in Azimio, and that's why maybe Bonarala, you will also help me on this. Now, us as Azimio, all the parties which make Azimio, we have now to start having structures which can now show leadership in the country. Because if we also start walking blind, we will start also not instilling hope. Kenyans are helpless. They are hopeless. They don't attach anything to Zakayo. And we have actually a windfall here. So Azimio and all our leadership, that's why I'm saying we now need to start seeing serious youth leaders. So like Azimio youth wing, I mean, has to be very strong now. Let's now have capable people who can now be able to propagate hope and strength to people. Tuanzie kuona pia hata viongozi wa wazee, viongozi wa mama, Azimio, we need to see them. People with strong personalities. Maybe somebody can come here and also, I need to hear, I need to know because I don't know them. Who is the women leader in Azimio? Who is the youth leader in Azimio? I need to hear people telling me the leaders, because now we have now to restructure Azimio because there is a lot of desperation in that country, in Kenya. And all those people who now have to start looking for new homes. They need to meet structures somewhere, and we cannot continue having wale watu ambao ni wezi ndio wanaongoza hizi chama zetu. That is where now we will lose track. So we have to start now having conventional places where we are instilling hope, where people can see leadership. At least people who can be able to propagate good rhetoric to the people. Even at people, we need now even, this is the time when we even now need to start recruiting even orators. People who can give good speeches of restoring hope. We now need to do it now. We need now orators. Azimio has to recruit some orators, people who can be able now to re-energize people through spoken words. Because even now, in this drought we have, even spoken word has to be punched into the spirits of people. So we have also to get organized and building a framework which can be able to stand deprived citizens. Because as we act as a bridge to the new Kenya, we have also to start showing hope to these people, and hope which they can start believing. We are having people who are coming from a very bad place. Watu wamedanganywa, people who have been deprived, people who have been thinking that they had gotten a God-given government, then suddenly they have been let down like a hot potato. And these people now need a place whereby they can be able to be nourished, they can be able to be a little bit massaged na watolewe hiyo ukoma walikuwa wamerushiwa, so that they can be able now to understand what the new dispensation is. So apart from saying Ruto must go, we need now to start seeing therapy structures within Azimio, because people have depression, and we now need to start seeing political maneuvers which are aimed at reducing political depression. People get political fatigue. Watu wameumia. And now we need to start seeing as having psychologists and sociologists who can be able to start now addressing some of this political deprivation which has happened in Kenya. And these things can happen within the larger Azimio. So instead of us starting to fight, Nadiko do this, Nadiko did not do this, we now need to start building a structure which can now be able to therapize people and be able to glucose the people who have been malnutrition, for following people who are not thinking, or for following political harlots or people who are just cheating. I think that is what needs to be done. So there is something which we have to do. We cannot keep on talking about a failed presidency. We cannot keep on talking of somebody who has no legitimacy, a regime which has no starting point, which has not started, which cannot even do anything. So that's what Bwana Muga I can say for now. You can close over to the next topic. Tuko hapa for a long haul, and prepare for the Christmas Eve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, angoja kidogo. Thank you very much, guys. I think Kenyan would love, before we move to the next topic.
Yeah, me, I'm ready for the other. I think we've done a good job with this topic. Unless there's something that you want to brush off, me, I think I'm okay on this one.
Me, I'm okay. You can just introduce the next topic then. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Chiba copy.
Mute, Daddy. Hold on, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. So now we're moving. There's a topic that Travel with Fred wanted us to have a conversation about, and I think it's a very good conversation. Let me just give me a second to play what he wanted us to play so that we can look at it. All right, I think here we are.
Welcome back. Our sign language interpreter for tonight's bulletin is Philip Omonde. We begin with our top story concerning paying for government services and effective immediately. Kenyans will have to dig deeper into their pockets when accessing government services on the e-platform. Treasury Cabinet Secretary Njuguna Ndung'u, through a Gazette notice, has introduced a nominal administrative fee per transaction on the government digital platform. Just barely a month since the government arbitrarily announced an increase in government services such as acquiring and replacing new ID and passports, the Kenya Kwanza government has announced new fees for all services. In the Gazette notice, what you're seeing on your screen, any service charge below 199 shillings will draw a fee of 5 shillings. Service costing between 200 to 299 shillings will attract a fee of 10 shillings as a service charge of between 700 to 999 shillings. We'll see the taxpayer pay 25 shillings. Services above 1,000 shillings will attract a charge of 50 shillings, as any dollar amount will see those in need of the government service pay $1 or about 150 shillings once converted. Those are some of the new charges that have been gazetted by the CS for Treasury Cabinet CS Njuguna Ndung'u, new services that will see Kenyans dig deeper into their pockets.
Right. And so that's Guru. I hope you're still there. But that's something that it was brought up by one of our fans, Wanyana Kwangu Kunyuma Travel with Fred. He wanted us to talk about that. Why, if we are paying taxes, why if we are paying taxes and we're paying for these online services and they're supposed to be free, why are we paying for them again on our charges that we need to now start paying on those things? I've renewed my driver's license on e-citizen. I've never seen anything like this being charged on that. Going to your portal. That's what you are. That's what has been there. It's been there for a long time since we got e-citizen. I don't know. I think Alexi is also talking to someone, but Guru, maybe you can start with this one, tafadhali, for us. Guru?
You know, this is a government that is hell-bent on getting any sharing that they can get from the public. You are also aware that very soon, if you are keeping and rearing animals in your farm, you have to register. And of course, with the registration comes with some fee. So I do not know how far this government will go in taxing Kenyans, because you can also imagine you buy something, you transact it through M-Pesa, they tax you at the point of transacting, and they also tax you at the point of buying the product you are buying. So I don't know, but it's that bad. It's that bad. I don't know how deep they will go in getting as much money as possible from the Kenyan pockets.
But Guru, can I ask you a question real quick before Nani Arudi? And I'm sorry to cut you short. Do we pay VAT? Do we pay everything? Did you pay for something? And anyway, e-citizen, we were told it was going to be free. It was free in the other government. Like, you just get in there. By the way, remember the time that I'm getting into e-citizen, I'm already using my own internet wherever I am to get in there. You see, like when I'm coming to Kenya, I renew my my driver's license from e-citizen. I've never had to pay anything because I am using mine and I'm showing them I'm just renewing my thing. So what is this? What is this thing of e-citizen now? It's becoming liquidative.
The tragedy is that a government exists to give services to its citizens. But when it comes to a point where you have to pay everything, even for the simple services that the government should provide, it's like they are selling those services to you. Then it becomes something completely different. And that's where we are right now in Kenya.
You understand? You get me?
Yes, we do get you. You know, the way they are doing, it's like the government is in business.
Exactly.
Yes. So if the government cannot provide the business, the services to its citizen, why do we have it? Why are the need of us having the government? Why are we paying taxes if you are going to pay for each and everything?
Alex,
Let
me ask you a question. Alex, 1 minute.
Then it neglects the essence of somebody, us having a government. This is not a government. We are in business.
Alex, yeah, there is a question I want to ask, even as we discuss this story. What is the importance of e-citizen? You see, that is where we need to start from. Like, what e-citizen is doing. What is it like in terms of service delivery to Kenyans? To what percentage does e-citizen provide services to Kenya? Do they provide close to 50% of the services which I need to exist in Kenya? Do they provide like 20% of the services, or at what level? So at what level can I survive without e-citizen? Can I survive without e-citizen? That's the question I need to ask myself first.
How can you,
Alexio, can I answer that?
How can you survive without e-citizen?
Thank you.
If you are transacting rand, if you are replacing an ID card, if you are taking a driving license, how can you escape e-citizen? You won't.
Thank you, Mr. Nguru. And as a beneficiary of e-citizen, you see, for me, you guys, most of you know where I live. Every time I come home, I have to drive, and sometimes my driver's license is expired. I renew my driver's license from right here where I am seated. Right here, I make sure everything equal. When I was getting my new ID, the one that see, unajua nakumbuka kitambo ilikuwa laminated. This time is you know, it's a card. I renewed it from here, and then I went and picked it up from Kenya. So I don't know what Merry Christmas is asking, because maybe he's never had to use e-citizen, and that could be just a naive question. E-citizen is something that people can actually use. It was introduced by Ruto. Everything online without having to go to. When you go to Huduma Center, you just go there to pick up what you had already done, unless there's fingerprinting that you need to do. Maybe Merry Christmas a day to me is me too. Me, I've used it every time I come to Kenya. So I understand what exactly it is.
let me just come in a little bit. Me, I applied my passport through e-citizen. I applied a driver's license through e-citizen. If the government wants, you see, like we have two services. We have Lipa na M-Pesa and we have PayBill. So if you are doing transaction on a PayBill, there's a charge that will be charged. If you are doing transaction on Lipa na M-Pesa, there's no charge that you incur. Okay? So if the government wants just to say that ukilipa hii pesa, Safaricom pay wanatukata pesa fulani ndio tupate hii, so we want that cost you cover for it. Let them add that additional fee on the service you are getting. For example, if I'm going to pay 4,550 for the passport application for the passport, and the Safaricom charge is supposed to be 60 shillings, let them add so that it can be 4,610, so that yao ya kutoa uko ushalipia hiyo ya kutoa. Hii ujinga kuambia kwamba they are going to add this and this, that is purely nonsense. It's either they are providing services or they are not providing services. Atuwabembelezi hapa. If they went to the government without knowing what they are going to do, let them get out as soon as possible. We have capable Kenyans who can be able to run this country without these shenanigans they are doing to us.
Are they
We are
modernizing
this.
anything?
They are not modernizing anything. Nothing.
Is it that once they add that service, you'll just be receiving the service you have never received before? The service has no any other. The service you have never gotten in this world. Is that what you mean?
Same. It's still the same service. There's nothing they are adding. There's nothing they're adding. If a passport, you just apply in the normal way it used to be. There's nothing that is going to change. And furthermore, they have worsened things. You apply, you wait, and wait. So this thing of going around, taking people round and round and round, more money. More money for what? It's either you're providing service or not. And if you don't want to pick money through e-citizen, tell people to bring the money in the office. We cannot entertain them anymore. Tell them that we are not going to pay, just come and pay here. Kwisha.
And I don't know, Mr. Chair, if you really can you explain to me the last one?
Any US dollar is $1. So what is that? So if it's $1, it's $1. So if you're paying $100 US, is $1. So $1. Hii ndio nakwambia, hii ni mapunju wenye wako kwa serikali. These people, they don't even think.
Yaani nimehave kwenda tena nikaiangalia tena. Okay.
Hebu niulize as you laugh, maliza kucheka kwanza niongeze. Let me ask a question. Unaona? Ngoja kidogo.
Hold on Jiru, ngoja. Mwenye alileta hii story ndio huyu amekuja. We. Hey.
We are not adding it. Shazy type. We are not adding people when we don't know. Any shazy type.
What the hell was that?
That's shazy type. Hao ndio watu wenye wako kwa government who don't think. They think with what they are showing us here.
Okay. Siniongeze, wacha niongeze because Kenyan Reserve amenisimamisha. Okay. There is something I want to add here. Unaona sisi Azimio, we are also not getting an advantage of helping Kenyans the right time. What will prevent us producing a statement and saying Kenyans don't pay that money? We need to do a statement right now. That can be something which, let me tell you, anything you fight, you fight for, people will always remember. Now, these are some of the things where Azimio needs to come up very clearly and say, Kenyans, as far as we know, the e-citizen, it remains as it used to be. Don't add a penny. That is how you fight. I don't understand, like kitu kama hii inatokezea. I've not had any press briefing from our side whereby we are standing on the side of the people. We have on Monday, Christmas ikiisha tu hivi, because unajua saa zingine Zakayo pia akisikia a lot of opposition from people wanakujanga wana withdraw some of this, because hii kitu iwezi simama. I can tell you by Tuesday they will withdraw because it will be highly fought. Ni kama zile zingine walikuwa wanaleta hapa, but now us as Azimio, we have to start standing on the side of the people. Na vitu kama hizi, we come out and we give a declaration. Kenyans don't pay. That is a word which can take us long miles.
That's true. We need a statement saying don't pay. But remember, when you go to this service, if you don't pay, it can't go to the next level. And you need this service. We just need to tell them, go, what the heck you're doing here? What the hell you're doing here? We need to call them out and tell them, kama hamuna upungufu wa akili, can you get out of the government, the so-called government? Get out and let's get people who can be able to do the correct thing. Sasa hii ni charge ya kuja kuwekea mwana Kenya 5 shillings. What is 5 shillings? Sasa hii 5 shillings itamaliza shida zenye ziko kwa government, yeah? Italipa hizo madeni zote. Huyu ni Lord of Poverty kweli.
Mimi hata sielewi kitu Alex. Unajua nataka kujam venye umejam. Like what the hell is happening here? What the ningeweza kuongea vitu moja. Okay, so what? Below 199 you pay $5, 5 shillings. Okay, assuming I don't think kila mtu ako na 5 shillings. Si tunaweza kuwa nayo. Okay, but why do you even have to use it if it's a free system that has been there in the system? Okay, 200 to 299, 10. What? Mimi Alexio, mimi zingine maybe unaweza nipigia story. Na hii 50 bob, sidhani kama kila mtu anakuwa na 50. Mimi nimekwamia hapa kwa $1.
What I think is happening here ni kitu moja. Hii ni fee yenye wakitoa pesa yao when they get their money from Safaricom. When now it's transferred to the government, there's a fee Safaricom will charge for the service. So they want people to pay for this fee. Let them tell the people kwamba saa zile unatuma hii pesa, when you are paying 4,550 for the application of the passport, there's a money Safaricom inakata. Kwa hivyo hatupati 4,550. Tunapata 4,500. Hiyo 50 Safaricom huwa imekata pesa yao. So we want you to pay for this. And so we are adding to 4,610. Let them just be clear as day and night.
And actually, by the way, Mr. Chair, ebu ni explain hii kitu first of all venye imewekwa. Any US dollar is equals to $1, right?
Yes.
So does it mean any US dollar so that if I pay, assuming the one over Apple Jew, assuming it's over 1,000, which is what now we're talking about between 1.2 something US dollar, 1.5 US dollars, right? So does it mean that if it's 1.5, you're due to Apple, and I'm paying it using US dollars? So does that mean it's 1.5 US dollars is what so am I countering what I'm paying? I'm trying to do the math in my mind. Lakini I let it this $1, does it mean if I make a transaction that is about $20, then I pay just $1, or I'm countering that if I make a transaction that is $20, then again it's also $20 on the fee?
No, what they are saying here, if you are paying $20, then it means the fee that you are going to pay is $1. So on top of your $20, it will be 21. So $1 will go to the government, and then 20 it will pay for the service you are getting. Ndio nakwambia hiyo, kama kuna transaction fee on this money or this money that you are paying, let them say, kuliko kuzungusha watu. Furthermore, whoever designed this thing of e-citizen had already factored in the transfer fee or the withdrawal fee. With money vile inakuwa withdrawn, he had already factored.
Not even that. This thing was budgeted in the last government, and we brought this thing. It was already. That's the reason we came up with the website. This is e-citizen. Even the ililipiwa, we paid for it.
Yes, and furthermore, let me tell you one thing in hivi. Hiyo passport kwanza inafaa ikuwe 4,500. So hiyo 50 inashughulikia hizo costs zingine juu, running costs, si ndio? What we know is that. So inafaa ikuwe 4,500 if you are paying cash. But since you are doing it online, then it is 4,550. So the other 50 on top of 4,500, it caters for the expense, everything, your website na nini na withdrawal fee, kila kitu. Ruto and your group, let me address you once and for all. Kenya has capable people, has capable, qualified, capable people who can run this country effectively. Hatuna upungufu. For your information, you can get out of that government even now. We shall have somebody who will run it effectively. Stop playing around with our minds.
Alexio.
Yes.
Unajua kuna kitu wakati unajua I was not expecting this. Unajua mimi zile vitu nimezoea sio kama hizi sasa. Unajua I usually know Zakayo kuna vitu anafanyanga, but sikujua that angefika desperation level. Hii desperation level. I think hata ile tumekuwa tukimuenjoy nayo aende kwa feli. Unakumbuka ile watu walikuwa wanasema sasa hata feli aende aweke Kobole, hata kama ni Kobole sasa watu wavuke. I can tell you hii level ya desperation ya Zakayo is now too much. There is something I want to ask you bwana Kenyan with love, sababu nasikia ukicheka sana. Sijui ni kama ni wewe wa bet ama ni nini. Lakini may I ask a question? How many billions are they expecting from this? Ni sawa wameweka hii service cha njia. Hii pesa wanaokota hapa, can it build a road? Can it,
what you don't get, Mr. Njiru, Mr. Christmas, what you don't get, people, let me just say this in a funny way. There's a guy, and I know Alexio can remember that guy, a guy that used to work for Equity, and what he used to do, and he's Kojela, he used to go to an account and just get the sense. He never used to touch the ako anashika ati shilingi. Hizo ashikani nazo. Anachukua just the sense from your account. Now, when you go to your account, wewe kama ulikuwa unajua uko na 150 in your account, utaona 150 yako iko intact. Who cares about the sense? Lakini now, here comes the quantifier of it. With that 10 cents, multiply it by 1 million people. Then you realize how much money you're making. You see now, when you see five shillings here, you know how many people use e-citizen? How much money is coming from that? Multiply it. I mean, I can put the Alexia tulikuwa tumeka calculator before, lakini sitaki kuweka size because I want this to watu waone. That 10 equals your pili 10. Multiply it by 1,000 people. How much money is that? 10,000. Endelea. Tena hii ya dola ukuje uchape na kumbuka dola iko 150. So, Njiru, these things are the things that we need to look at, and that's what Alexia is talking about. You can steal from somewhere, ni kama panya. Ama Alexia inaitagwaje panya, inauma ikipuliza. You don't realize. Yeah, you don't
Imekuuma.
You don't realize imekuuma. These are the little things when you want to tupa and then you don't realize where the money is going, but you don't understand the monumental and the big part of how much that money is actually. I mean, hiyo pesa inatoshanaji. Mtu anaweza kuwekea hapa hivi $1. Sasa nyinyi mnapigania juu ya dola. Okay, hiyo dola niwekee watu tao. Watu wa kijiji yenu. Watu wa kijiji yenu wako ngapi? Just give me 100 of them. Nichapie times another 150. So do not look at these things as they're ni vitu kidogo sana. Mtu kichukua the population of Kenya, uchukue kila mtu shilingi moja Kenya. How much are we in Kenya? Alexia, remind me, the population, is it 56 million?
56, yeah, or 55.
No, yeah, 5 point something. Yeah, chapa kila mtu nini shilingi moja moja. Will you look at utasikia anything, but imeenda mahali. So when you're looking at it, Mr. Christmas, Merry Christmas, look at it from a bigger picture. Don't look at it at what is written. Read it at the bigger picture.
You did not
And on top
understand.
of that, yeah.
You did not understand me.
Okay, what is the question?
My need is very simple. I've already tried to do my own interrogation of such a thing. The truth of the matter is, the amount of money which they will collect in this program cannot even do a road. That is the truth of the matter. It's only that.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Hold on, let me hold you.
Allow my point. Allow my point. Allow my point. You see, this is desperation. If you do this thing in a large scale, and I want to say, like for example, service charge wameweka hapa. I'm just trying to ask you a honest question. Tell me, how can you correct 100 billion from this money? How?
I can show you that very easily. I wish I can bring my calculator on top again. Na hii kitu yote. Okay, let's do this. Let me do this. Let me write it down. By the way,
this is lack of concept. It is lack of
comes out of this.
Mtu anasema ati hii tukiongeza service fee tutapata hii. They will not get anything. It is just like the way they are taxing people, thinking that they are going to get money through taxing people, but at the end of the day, in the tunnel, you reduce the input. So at the end of the day, the net effect is zero. What I'm trying to say here is that the net effect in the economy of this thing is zero. Hakuna kitu hapa amesaidia serikali, and the only thing you have done is you have gotten more money from the people, but in the government coffers you have gotten zero.
I don't know, and I thought you were a mathematician, but I don't know why you don't see it. Let me. Okay, I've already written. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 50. In 100, and I've used 150 for the dollar, right? Are we in agreement with that? With what's on the screen? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 50, and 150. Are we in agreement with that? Because I want to make. I'm going to bring the calculator on here.
Sawa, ni sawa, fanya.
Okay. Ndo hiyo, hivyo ndo nimeandika. Okay, let's let me get this one out of here. Mr. Chair, utanisaidia hapa hivi. We'll do this math. Ndio Njiro nadhani hapa kuwezi toka nini bilioni. Let me show you how a billion can come in real quick. Real quick, just from that. Okay. All right, let's share. Where's my calculator? Here we go. There we go. All right, there's a calculator. So ya kwanza ilikuwaga 5 shillings. What's the population that you think uses that?
Just say 5%, 5 to 10.
So 5% of Kenya is what?
35 million. That's around 3 million people.
3 million, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Times 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right. Tushafika 15 million. Okay, I'm writing it down. 15 million because nitakuadi hapo mwisho. So that people don't think that we're playing with these games. Okay, the next one was, let me turn around and cancel that. I'm going to work with you so that you understand what we are trying to say. Let me delete this one. Delete, yeah. All right, ya pili ilikuwaga 10. Na umesema hiyo population tumefanya nini ya kwanza?
Tumetumia population ya 3 million.
Okay, so okay. The next one was 10 shillings times 50. Hold on. Hapa ninafanya kitu hapa. Ngoja. Tunacheza na wewe. Tunaenda pamoja hapa. Wacha siasa. Okay, so 10 times 15 million. Nimeweka 5. 10. 15, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, here we go. That's, wait. No, tulikuwa tumeweka 3 million. Wewe unanipoteza akili.
Sikupotezi, wewe ndio una
No, ya kwanza ulisema tucheze na nini ya ngapi?
tunacheza na just cheza every service is 3 million.
Yeah, tulisema 3 million. Yeah, so ndio maana nasema, so this will be actually 30 million. I don't even have to calculate that. So that will be 30 million.
30, then na uko na 15 ya kwanza, hiyo ni 45.
Tuendelee na hapa sasa tuko na another 15 shillings for 3 million.
That is 45.
Time. Yeah, that's another 45.
90, tuko 90 sasa.
Haya, tuko na 20 hapa, so 20 times 3, hiyo ni 60.
Yeah.
25 times 3, hiyo ni what? 75. 50 times 3, hiyo ni 150. Then hapa kuna hii ya 150. This one let me do 150 because this sasa ni a dollar. The $1. So 150 150 times what? Times 3, that would be
punguza watu wa dola. Watu wa dola weka bilioni 1. Hawezi kuwa wengi. The higher you go, the values go down.
So unataka watu wa dola kwa nini?
1 million people. Yeah.
Okay, sawa, tutawapatia 150 million. Okay, here we come. I'll show you how easy this is viable. All right, naanzia huku chini kwa dola. Usijali nimeziandika zote. Hold on. All right, so 150 million, right? Plus 150 million. Plus 75 million. Plus 60 million. Plus 45 million. Plus 30 million. Plus 15 million. Right? We, hapa kuna kitu imeenda wrong. Hold on. Let me, hapo kuna kitu nimeguza kitu mbaya.
Redo.
Yeah. So 150. I don't want to do the zeros. So plus 150 plus 75 plus, oh, that's what happened. Plus 60 plus 45. Tushafika billion hapa. Ngoja. Tushafika billion. Tunakuja billion. Plus 30 plus 15. Haya, bilioni yako ndio hiyo.
Okay, let's say we have roughly like 1 billion. So, 1 billion, is it within a quarter? Is it within half a year? Is it within a year? What is our intended time for that service?
It's for you. I mean, do I need to bring back again that nini inaitwaje? So bilioni yako tumekubali bilioni inaweza fika from just these fees, eh? So
yeah, 1 billion. Yes. Yeah, we can get a billion, but I don't think that is you can realize 1 billion in a day. It is like a billion. So we need to like imagine at what time can you serve those 3 million people or those 1 million foreigners. That's what now you need to imagine. Maybe
but this is something we do every day of our lives. And remember, tumefanya what? Less than 3% of people. wenye wanatumia e-citizen. You think kila mtu Kenya, you know, we did 3 million people. Unadhani kila mtu Kenya anaendanga nini? Anaendanga tu kwa government whatever. Siku hizi watu wanatumia e-citizen. Mtu anafanya kwa how. So if you calculate it through the whole population, assuming
let's assume let's assume it's a biweekly number hiyo tumetumia. It's a biweekly number. So let's assume we can have that for 26 times within a year. So that's around 26 billion.
Why 26?
I'm assuming hiyo number tumefanya nayo it repeats after every 2 weeks. It's an assumption.
Ushaenda Huduma Center wewe kuna watu wangapi wanakuanga huko in a day?
Okay. Well, from you,
this is a 365 days thing. What are you talking about 26 days? Kwani kuna occasion ya kufanya hii kitu? Hebu Mr. Chair nisaidie, nimemuonesha venye bilioni inakuja kutoka kwa hii kitu. That's just a day. Mr. Chair nisaidie,
I'm telling you,
haelewi hii kitu.
These people are in the wrong place. Ruto has been in business. He has never run a successful business. Yeye amekuwa kwa business ya ile company yake ilikuwa inaitwaje? Ile ya insurance.
Amaco.
Yes. How much has it made? Money has it made? Kama si kuibia watu?
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka kuambia ni Amaco.
In fact, it only made money from by doing business with the government.
Yes.
Amaco has never been creative. At Amaco, it has never even gotten business from people. Amaco was designed to insure government vehicles. It is a so clueless company that it cannot be creative and come up with the strategies of business concept of whereby they can go to the population and they do good business strategies. Those are companies which only survive from government coffers, and that is what this guy has been. Public interest, not conflict of interest, I mean. So Amaco was one of the companies in ambayo it was supposed to be registered. And these are some of the things by the way nasemanga akina Uhuru Kenyatta wenyewe walitukosea sana. I'm sorry to use this word. Some of these companies ambazo zilikuwa zinajulikana, their owners were deep thieves. They were supposed to be registered. I want to say, if today we get a leader, all those companies need to be registered. Vitu kama Amaco, funga, things like a Western Hotel, they should not be operating in Kenya. Leave the building there alone.
No, even the building should not be left alone. Amevunja nyumba ya Bishop Hamala, the MP for Lurambi in Kakamega. Kwa ajili ina stand on public land. Why are we still having Western standing?
Western is on civil land.
Civil aviation land.
Yeah,
we
and Langata Primary and what is Langata prisons.
We need to sit down. We need to sit down. If that justice is supposed to happen across the board, tumeona watu wa Mavoko wakivunjiwa nyumba. We need to see Western down. Tumeona watu wa Milimani Kakamega hata ule mshosho agrani anaingia.
And why couldn't Uhuru break that hotel? Unajua saa zingine pia siku na vitu tunaongeanga hapa. That Western Hotel has like 10 years of controversy. Why couldn't we? Hiyo kitu kwa nini ingevunjwa? We are now coming to speak of somebody here now anavunja nyumba za wenyewe. Hata mimi ndio nasemanga there are some places pia hata yeye Uhuru alitukosea. Hiyo kitu angetusaidia.
I agree with you. Before atoke hiyo nyumba ingekuwa iko down. Hii mediocre yenye Ruto anajaribu kutuletea hapa. He has never built anything. He has never.
And then Mr. Chair, you see like the math that we just did right there? How many people can sit down and do that math in Kenya?
Few.
So for them, they don't see the need to. And
They
so
don't
the guy,
see.
yeah, the guy is so used to people who are mediocre, people who cannot think, people who cannot do a little bit of math, people who cannot do whatever. And that is why he's so oftenly quoted, talking about tumeweka billion. And by the way, lately, he's changed from tume, he's nime. You know, bilioni sita, bilioni nane. The guy doesn't even have any thousands in his vocabulary.
And let me tell you one thing, Kenyan will love. One thing you need to understand is one, hivi. Huyu mse anatuambia out of 10 shillings he collects is paying debt.
Please don't.
I don't even want to go into that. Ilikopwa na ilifanya nini? Can we start from there?
Show us the bank statements that you've been using every 7 of it. Show us. Tuoneshe it's public. Ni nini unatudanganya, unashinda ukitudanganya? I'm sorry Mr. Chair. Leo nimejam. Lakini and I know pia wewe umejam. Hii kitu yetu unatuambia ati 7 for every 10 7. Then ukikosha lipe hiyo deni yote. Can we do that calculation? Ukikosha maliza basi. Because we have the county, and we also have the county collection, and we also have the national collection.
And don't forget, wait, Kenyan with love, 1 minute. And don't forget, Jimmy Wanjigi told us that we have overpaid our debt. Ni deni gani analipa? And we have overpaid?
Hiyo ni sekta Alexio.
Kenyan with love.
Lazima utuambie hii pesa inaendanga wapi hiyo 7?
Ndio nataka uniambie, we have already overpaid our debt. True or false? Si tushalipa deni yetu?
Yes.
Or Wanjigi is a madman.
I don't think he is. And then tunapata mwingine hapo hivi anakuja anajiita nani?
Now,
wa mafuta anataka tena pia 17 billion. We don't even know how she earns 17 billion. Tena anataka tena alipo na serikali 17 billion. Na
now, we have overpaid our debt, and 7 shillings out of 10 we are using to pay our debt. Unajua pia our journalists, they don't know how to connect things. Why couldn't they even bring these issues of Jimmy Wanjigi into that discussion that day, whether it was controversy or not? Well, even if the things of Jimmy Wanjigi cannot be ratified properly, we need some economic understanding towards it. But how comes the media people couldn't tell him to tabulate the debt which is being paid in numbers? I think our media is also lazy. Walipea jamaa dhurupa kubwa sana.
Yeah, and you know what? There's I'm gonna use a bad example. I wish I can get that video. But let me just talk about it. I'm gonna use a bad example. Najoena Mr. Chair probably mutanikula after the person that I'm about to use. You know, mutanikula hii. Lakini hate him or love him, he said the truth. Miguna alisema hii kitu kitambo sana. Akawaambia, this guy is feared. People are fearing him. And that is the reason he won't be the president. Now, eventually, I mean, he made his way. But what people do not understand is that the guy, the deaths around him, kila mtu anamwogopaga. But we have to get to a place where we can fear a mortal human being. And once, and I can see people who are starting to actually come out of that, because of the deaths around him. Once we start getting people who don't fear this guy, we will nail him down. Lakini ameogopwa because wanajua mtu atakufa somewhere. You go against him, utauliwa. Me, I know, I mean, victim number 1, Muteshi. What happened? We have to start talking about this. Mr. Chairman up here think he's busy kidogo, lakini Mr. Chair, hebu kuja uongee juu hii kitu bwana. Alexio, hii kitu lazima tuache kuogopa mtu. Mimi siogopi, mimi akiniua niue. Satan. I'm sorry. But so many cowards in the name of government. Cowards that cannot stand against him. Wanaongelelanga mbali.
Kenyan with love, eh? There is always a story which is told of. So anyway, I understand your bravery, but there is a story which was told of a pastor who did not know that his church was doing a skit about the devil. So, and the pastor has always been speaking against the devil and village Satan.
Here, give me a second. Here. This is what I'm talking about, so that you see it.
Ni nyamaze ama ni aje? So what I was saying is that
Hold on, Joey.
Go to the nitty-gritties. Yes. Nairobi has had a problem of water from time immemorial. It has not improved. How will you improve the water situation in Nairobi?
That is actually false. At independence, Nairobi was water secure. That's completely false. In the 70s, Nairobi was completely water sufficient. Even when I joined the University of Nairobi in 1986, Nairobi was completely water sufficient.
So do we have a water problem right now?
Right now, but not from time immemorial. You see, your question is grounded on a falsehood.
All right, let me correct that. Mikuna, you'll ask the question and answer the question. I guess
No. You are used to mediocre leaders that you can bamboozle, and you can't do that.
I think you're the one who's used to bamboozling and bulldozing, but it's okay.
I'm answering your questions. I'm at your studio, and I'm not going to be shafted. So let me answer you.
Okay.
Let me answer you. Your premise is wrong. Nairobi has not had a water problem. I'm answering your question. Rainfall that can provide sufficient supply of water for everything in. There is more than enough water. Secondly, because the perennial perpetuators of corruption like Hidero Evans and Sonko and PK have looted all this money and become billionaires.
That's not it. Kuna ingine yenye alisema Ruto will not be because people are afraid of him. They are afraid of dying.
Yeah, siungoje, wacha ni make point yangu. What I was saying is that let me not give me that example. But ile kilikuwa nikisema pia you might say that you fear the devil only for a skit to be done about the devil, then unaanzia kuogopa. So I hope you mean when unasema I don't fear. Anyway, away from that, there's something I want to comment here.
Jiro, mimi naogopa mama yangu na uji moto.
I did not overemphasize on that. So what I'm trying to say here is that this idea of saying that huyu mtu if he is opposed ataua watu, I think it's a misguided allusion or what people are trying to allude. Why? I want to ask something. Assume if people were brave enough and we had like 15 Okia Omtata. We know. Let's assume Okia Omtata had this assumption that huyu mtu nikianzia kupingana na yeye ataniua. What could we be having? Tungekuwa na total carnage of a government which is not in control. So hiyo uoga, it is the same uoga ambayo pia some of Azimio people wale ambao walinunuliwa, they thought that it is better afadhali ninunuliwe na huyu mtu, maybe pengine hata nikikataa story zake anaweza niua. And there is something we don't know that huyu mtu hata yeye mwenyewe history is also not on his side. Do you want to tell me that he is not doing anything? Kenyans will still continue entertaining him there simply because that anaweza tuua? Is that what you want to tell me? Ati sasa huyu mtu anaweza tuua, he cannot be opposed? That is a misguided discussion, and I don't believe in that.
I know they can kill. They have capacity to kill. But it doesn't mean that there was Bokassa. Na nataka kupe, I like giving these examples. Bokassa, Central African Republic. Alikuwa anakula hata roho za watu. His opposition leader, wale watu wanapinga yeye wanapasuliwa mpaka roho. Na anakula. He ate some hearts of some people. Yani anakuwa na hiyo roho inaletwa anakula. Because of how he thought, how powerful he was. Bokassa from Central African Republic. But hiyo haikuzuilia Bokassa kutolewa kwa power. Haikuzuilia. And by the way, let me tell you, all these leaders, Idi Amin mwenyewe alikufia Saudi Arabia kama umbo. Even his body was not televised. Are you aware of that?
Even
And na kuna kitu nataka kusema hapa. Moving forward, hiyo fala ya kupelekanga president sababu amekufa, tunawapeleka KICC atuwakuja wakiona na Wakenya. We have to stop that stupidity.
I agree with you.
We have to stop that stupidity. Ati huyu mtu amekufa, kila mtu ati tupite hapo, ati wacha kwanza niweke video. Ati kila mtu anapita hapo, ati na huyu mtu kazi yake ilikuwa kutesa watu. Ati was our leader. Ati we don't speak bad of somebody who has died. Na huyo mtu he has been giving you hell. Ati these people will die eventually. And then you want our children wale ambao watakuwa hai atuende wakaone mwili yake akiwa amewekwa hapo KICC. I denounce here. Kuna watu hatutaweka KICC and we will protest against it. There's no need of somebody who has made you to gnash your teeth for 24 years or 50 years or 10 years. Munaekewa mwili yake hapo muone. What are you going to see? Moving forward. Hata tunasemanga hivyo, even in my language tunasemanga mtu anajizika akiwa hai. If you give people hell, tuache kupeleka mili hapo KICC. Haitusaidii. In fact, it is disrespect. I was against that. Like when I remember of people like Kaiser who died, akina Bishop Muge and all the other people. I was not for the idea of putting more in KICC. To me it was wrong. Why did we put that guy there? Hata wengine hatutaweka hapo. So history ya Wakenya ambayo mnasemanga, unajua mtu amekufa, kama mtu ametesa watu as a learning lesson, even in his death, let him understand. If at any case spirit is inasikianga, even his death, hata wale watu wake wamebaki, let's treat that person badly, ili hata wale watu ambao wamebaki wa kutoka kwao wajue ya kwamba, if you see, that is why these people did not learn. Moja ametuangaisha hapa miaka 24, then after sijui, and that is why I was against. Na mimi na hii kitu msikuange ati mnatuambia hivyo. We have to me I believe Moi deserved to stand in a court of law. Historia ameritaya na asifanywe chochote is what has brought us to a second layer now. In future kama mtu amefanya makosa, whether you are a president or not, huyo mtu apelekwe ndani. Ambiwe kama kuna kitu ameiba arudishe. But this is stupidity which we have as Kenyans. Oh, he has retired, leave him alone, including even Uhuru mwenye. If there is proof and evidence that he has ever done something wrong, he should stand in the court of law. But this idea whereby tunakujanga hapa tunasema ati huyo mtu alikuwa kiongozi, he has immunity. Immunity my foot. No one is above the law. And we have to start sanitizing our country through, kama wewe uliongoza watu vibaya, by indignifying those people even in their death. We isolate them and even we isolate their families. But we cannot be having people who have been mistreating our children and even in post-death and moving, including even we withdrew even their retirement money. There's no, somebody like Ruto should not be receiving retirement. Either siku atatretire, even in any case he will retire. We should pay those money because you did something dignified. But from my evaluation, huyu mtu hata pesa ya retire hafai kupewa. It's a shame and a mockery to Kenyan coffers. Huyu ni mtu anaongeza pesa hapa kila saa. People are gnashing teeth. People, they cannot even have Christmas. Kama sahi huu ni msimu wa kwanza Christmas for the first time. I've been talking with the people. Watu hawakuli. Kuna watu hata tengeneza. People will be eating ngwashe na mianga sasa. Cassava. And some githeri. There are some people who will be even this Christmas They will not even be able to buy oil or those many things. And we are talking of somebody at a mutu akiretire, we give them honor. We have to start in dignifying people who have given us hell, and we stop worshiping them. And we any history about them, we erase it. Go in Germany, the history of Hitler is too literal. Hata huyu history yake hatufai kuweka. Hizo picha tumeweka kwa maduka very soon after ametoka, we do away with them. But there is no in which tutaendelea hivi. People are designing hell on you, and we are busy. We are busy looking at them and saying that kiongozi anatoka kwa Mungu, kiongozi anatoka kwa Mungu. In fact, hiyo maneno, I want somebody to confirm to me about that. Nataka, maybe Lala should come and tell me. I don't think that leaders come from God. Saa zingine hiyo kitu inanikanganyanga. Maybe you people, you need to tell me. Hata huyu ni wa Mungu. Anyway.
I totally agree with you. Merry Christmas. Now, matendo ya mtu inafaa imfuate. You cannot steal from Kenyans, impoverish Kenyans, then you want retirement package, you be paid every month, retirement package. For what? You have already stolen. So go and eat that money if we are going to allow you. But this should end up in court. You should pay for your deeds. You should stand in court and let us judge you, and let us the judgment be passed against you. The other thing is, hii mambo ya kuzikwa na jeshi, we don't want. We should do away with it. Wewe mmekufa, enda uzikwe na jamii yako. Yeah? You see the way Zimbabweans did to Mugabe? That's what needs to happen. If you are a good person, you lead the country well, then you should get those benefits and rights. Yeah, benefits, let's say benefits. But if you misled the country, you misruled the country, why are we dignifying you? Why are we giving you peace in your retirement? And when you are in office, you did not give us peace. Let peace follow the peace. If you gave us hell, let us also give you hell before you go to hell. Yes, after you retire, or once we remove you from the office, we give you hell that you visited Kenyan with. You get that hell before you go to hell. And hii mambo ya watu ati no. Even having the picture of the president in our offices, in our businesses, this thing should be done away. We don't want to see it.
Now, by the way,
yes.
Bwana Alex, and like in United States, I have never seen Joe Biden in a business. I've been to Canada. I've not seen Trudeau in businesses. Mbona hiyo fara iko Afrika peke yake?
Yes.
Yeah.
We need to do away with it. It's high time we need to do away with it. Just the way we did away with the picture of the president on the currency. Let's also do away the picture of the president in our businesses. What is it doing there? Anakusaidia kulipa rent. Na anatuongezea tax left, right and center. We need to do away this portrait thing. Let it be in the office yake huko. But the other offices, no. We know you are the president, so what? Being on my wall, does it say that you are not? We need to do away. Let the law be passed, we do away with this. These things are just we don't want. Kenyan with love, as we wind up.
Yeah, nasikiza and I agree with you guys, by the way.
Umefanya nini na travel with Fred after kukupia hiyo video mzuri hivyo? What's up?
Mr. Chair, simwambie nini imefanyika. Fungua mic, daddy.
He showed us a very I don't know what kind of picture was that. It wasn't good. Tungekuwa watu wa kwanza kurudisha when somebody pops in, we put him on the screen. It would have ended with the egg on our face. Thanks God we are not fast to do that. We have learned the hard way in other videos, so we are not doing that. So I don't think he's a good person. Maybe he's somebody from Itumbi's quarters. We are just here to hear us what we are saying. But anyway, we are done with your Zakayo. Tell them Kenya haina watu werevu wa kuendesha hii nchi. And they're very good. And mark you for your information, Zakayo, those parastatals that you are saying they are not making money, it's because you don't hire competent people. You put the political rejects to run them, and in the sense that they are running them, kumbe they are stealing, they are siphoning money on your behalf. But put competent Kenyan there. They are hired through the normal hiring process where people put in the application, they are evaluated, and the job is given to the most suitable guy. They will make a lot of money. Leave alone, even though they are not making a lot of money the way it's supposed to be, but they are still making. So kuizi ndio wengi, wizi wenyu ndio wingi.
And Mr. Chair, I think mi kwanza nikisikia venye mnaongea, yes, hiyo uchungu ndio watu wanafaa kujua, na tujue tuwezi ogopewa, na tujue kuacha kudanganywa. Na like you said, there are so many competent people in our country. So many competent people in our country that even Mr. Alexio, the way I know you, I know ukapewa hata, I mean, sijui kama wanatakaga degree ya sijui ya doctorate ama nini, even without that, kuna watu waona hizo vitu, but they can actually run a very good, competent government in this country. I mean, the millions that we have, 56 million, there's so many people. Hii kelele tunashinda tukipigiwa hapa hivi, mtu anajiona yenye mwerevu na hakuna kitu ako na, hata hizi piga hesabu 1 + 1 + 2. Hakuna. We need competent people. We have people in the private sector. We have people in the, we used to try technocrats or whatever. They are there. Kila mtu ako huko. I mean, we have private industries working and everything. Hii kelele kutuletea hapa hivi sudi hapa hivi kutuletea watu sijui kuje tupatiane. How can you be so proud saying that you're the leader of a country or even a county? Na unaenda kupatia na msaada in the 21st century. Seriously? At that time watu wa Unilever wanachukuliwa na matatu, si matatu, wanachukuliwa na private. Sijui kama ulionanga hata the air hostesses growing up, wanaokotwa huko hivyo, wanapelekwa huko hivyo waende wakafanya nini, imelipwa kila kitu, yeye na anarudishwa nyumbani kwake akishapata ndege, afanye kila kitu nini, air hostess nini, jioni anachukuliwa KQ, unapata ndio hao wanarudishwa home. I think even a time, what do you call this? Even Uchumi at some point was actually transporting their own workers. Right? You remember the times that Uchumi workers walikuwa wanapelekwa, yes, wanapelekwa home
when they're wearing a striped red shirt, red, yes, and white shirt.
Yes. Ulikuwa unapata na mtu Uchumi asubuhi anatoka kwa nyumba hivi, ndio huyo anasimama hapo, wamekujiwa na basi wanaenda, and it's done and it's free, wamepelekwa tu job, like public transport, company transport. Now when you unasimama pale hivyo unaenda kupatia na sijui ati nini iko branded your own ati President Ruto. When did we even, hata moi, hata maziwa ya Nyayo, I know I drank it, lakini iko imeandikwa Nyayo. Ama nimedanganya? Nilikunywa maziwa ya Nyayo na mimi najua iko imeandikwa.
We only had Nyayo bus.
Nyayo bus tu peke yake. Na ulikuwa unaingilia kwanza, unahepa, unaingilia mlango ya mbele, conductor akikuja pale na kale kakitu kakuzungusha, unatokea ya nyuma, unaingilia tena ya mbele. We used to ride that thing for free. I mean, just kwa wakora. But what is happening right now is just on another whole different level. And I don't know how much Kenyans can be mad. And I wish everybody that is watching this video to stop being lied by this government. And that is what I was telling Jiro when he saw that akasema kitu inaweza fikaje billion. And I showed him how it can get that. And that is just a day. Like that story that we were talking about, mtu alienda kaanza kuchukua 2 cents. You will never see it. But then they're making millions. Uko hapa tu na unakuja kuletewa pesa yako. Naona SG ako na ubaya hapa hivi. Mr. G. Mr. Chairman, wacha ninyamazia hapo. I know maybe you do. Naona SG ana maybe ataza.
SG tufungie muktasari, tunafunga.
Mnafunga, tukiendelea ni Christmas bwana. Hello.
Tunaenda kazi.
Sawa. Hey, but I feel my brother there, because surely what we are seeing in Kenya, it is so childish. When you start branding it's like you're still in campaign mode. Hata Nyayo bus haikuandikwa President Nyayo ama President Moi. It was just, we knew it was Nyayo bus because yeye ni project yake. Yeah, even Uhuru, tunajua Uhuru highway or something, it is a road, it is not branded. Hakuna mahali unaona picha, sijui unaona jina. It doesn't make sense to brand things as if you are still in campaign. That's the problem with this president. The president yenyu hii. Because he is so petty. He looks so...
Kwani sio yako?
Sio
yako. Wewe urambu?
Hello? Bwana, sinakwambia hata mimi nasikia siku hizi mimi nasikia ni kama nimekuwa LGBT, nasikia hii serikali ikiwa nyuma yangu bro. It is really in my behind. Ikinisumbua. So, we are really in big problems as a country. And I'm hoping and praying that hii kitu vile ndio anasema ifike mahali kila mtu akasirike, because surely mwaka ingine kuvumilia hii serikali it's going to be very 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 tough. Kwa hivyo mimi sina mengi bro. I thought we will be there deliberating on the many areas that are
ongea. Just put, how is Christmas? How is Zakayo Christmas?
Usiogope wewe, mchere na nyama iko, usiogope, ongea.
Hakuna mjere bro. Huku hata I'm telling you watu wako na problem hapa Kenya. Hii Kenya. Nakwambia currently Somalia and Colombia have a better president. They have a better president. Kenya hii ni cartoon tu. Is a cartoon. Kwa hivyo sitaongea mingi, ngoja nisikize bwana Jiro kidogo.
Na hiyo sembo utaniambia umetoa wapi?
Unaona kama ni ya LGBT Nimekuambia sasa tunapandwa nyuma bro. We are actually being climbed by the government.
Na si watoe nyuma. Mbona wewe wanakupanda na tunavumilia hapo? Mtu wako nyuma yako tuna umetulia hapo. Iko nini wewe bwana SG?
Hauwezi fanya kitu, ni sheria, wanatumia sheria na kisu. Iko kisu wanatumia. Unanyongwa.
Okay, wow. Anyway, I get you. The truth of the matter is that we have among the dark Christmas Kenyans will have. I think the last people who had such a Christmas season, they are dead. I would presume our current season here, Christmas, maybe it is when people are living in villages during the colonial time. I believe that is the time when we didn't have a nation, when we had pre-independence. Our villages are just dull. Children are not happy. Hakuna hata pesa ya kununulia watoto balloon. And I'm serious, by the way. Hakuna hata pesa ya kupeleka watoto wakaswim or to do any form of fun. You know what has been happening for the last 10 or 20 years. Unajua kumekuwa na a lot of development which were done like in very many neighborhoods. Si mnajua vile watu walijenga ma swimming pool. Unakuta hapo kwa ka joint watu wamejenga where we have been taking our kids.
mnaenda hapo mnalipishwa 200 ama 250, watoto wako wanaogelea almost the whole day hapo. Now ama kuna bouncing castle, you can see it is some of the things we have borrowed from the western culture. So kuna wale watu wameanzisha hizo bouncing castle, tunapeleka watoto hapo wanaenjoy hapo, tunawarudisha nyumbani. So bouncing castle hapo inalipua 200. Kuna wengine hata wameweka katrain, hii tu train ya kuzungusha watoto. Katrain hapo ulipie mtoto 100 azungushwe na hiyo katrain hapo. Swimming pool pale 250. So in a nutshell, mtoto akimalizana na hiyo fani yote iko hapo, you need ngiri moja. Na kuna joint ya chips hapo na kuku, lazima atataka kukula 300 hapo, chips na kuku. Alafu niko na watoto 3 na tulienda pamoja na bibi. Alafu sasa kutoka hapo hatukukuja free. Either tumetumia kagari yetu kapaso ama tumekuja na matatu, irregardless. So what I'm trying to describe is like for me to give my children some decent fun somewhere outside, nahitaji karibu ngiri 7,000 in my pocket one day. At the same time within the next 4 days lazima nilipe rent, sababu unajua Christmas inakuja 25th, by 31st hapo new month inaingia, lazima ulipe rent. So I need to pay rent even as I spend that 7,000 and some small money, lazima nilipe rent. And by January 7 lazima nianzie kuprepare school fees ya first term. So look at that chronology of the events which are awaiting Kenya. And income is not increasing. I don't know, like mimi sijui, I didn't know that government can be this insensitive, whereby the government is out of touch with reality. Like they don't care of your life, your lifestyle, your feeling. I didn't know, like you know, I used to read issues like when I was growing up, nilikuwa saa zingine nikikutana tu na gazeti war in Kosovo. So I used to read bad things in Kosovo and bad things in there was also another place called Yugoslavia. So ukichukua gazeti, those are the things we used to do. Ukichukua gazeti, you are just reading the stories of there was a guy who used to be called Slobodan Sabode. I don't remember the name. So ukichukua gazeti then in the recent years
Slobodan Milosevic.
Yeah, so huyo sasa huko ndiko tulikuanga tunawahurumia, tunasema hata ukichukua sijui unasikia, yani we used to hurumia hao watu sana because tulikuwa tunaona ni kama wanateseka sana hapo. Then tukakuja then within our modern history, then tukakuja tukaanzia kusikia kuna ile masaibu imeenda in Middle East, especially in Iraq na Yemen huko. Hao watu tukaanzia kuwaombea. Then the same time there was some civil war happening in Somalia. Pia tukaanzia kuombea wa Somali, tukasema hoi Mungu asaidia watu, hata watu Mungu atawasaidia, watapata neema. So I did not reach a level whereby I would start taking my country as a destitute country, as a country which inahitaji msaada wa kuombewa. I need to fast for my country because of the things and the bad things which are happening. I did not think that and by the way, for Kenyan Bwana Muga and the people who say, by the way, never laugh at anybody. Zile mashida wako nazo pia zinaweza kukujia. It is true. There is no one who has been destined for success in this life. Things can change overnight. And largely it is because we have never appreciated anything good. When we got Kibaki, I think some of us, we thought that things have just happened. We did not appreciate the people who engineered that path. So people thought maybe the way we got Kibaki, it was something which was very simple. And then tukadevelop complacency whereby watu wakaanzia kufikiria uongozi ni kitu ya kawaida, you'll always be getting good leaders. So hata sasa tukaanzia sasa kukua, sasa sisi ni wale watu ambao we don't care. So we have always been having that thinking ya kwamba viongozi wazuri is a must. There's no in which we can get bad leaders. Bad leaders are only in Syria. That was our imagination. Viongozi wabaya wako places kama Syria na huko, all those places. Our country is good, we are so blessed. Sisi hatuwezi pata viongozi wabaya. Mungu anatupenda sana. God cannot allow Kenya to be destroyed. I hope you hear. I talk with people in the villages. Hata saa hii kuna mtu amekuwa akiniambia hivyo, Bwana Jiro, don't worry, Mungu hawezi ruhusu tukue destroyed. Yeah, it is true. God cannot allow us to get destroyed. But remember, God will allow pain if you so choose. So those are two different things. So, and we are not a special country which if we get disorganized or we don't do things right, we are not going to face the wrath of the land. That is what we call the wrath of the land. Kuumia kwa eneo. Those are things which even used to happen in the Philistine and even in the olden days Israel. They used to face the wrath of their choices occasionally. Saa zingine wanaambia Mungu, hata hatutaki uongozi wako. We now need a physical leader who can be taking us to war. They get Saul, who cannot follow instruction. Mungu anamwambia ukienda kwa hiyo kijiji, slaughter everything. Saul ako hapo, anaenda anachagua zile nono. He does not follow the instructions of God. So there were times when even God used to bring drought to them, 3.5 years. Watu wanaumia kabisa. And I think this is our drought time. And we need to learn. And once we learn, we get serious lessons na tujue ya kwamba we cannot continue being complacent and abating and enabling an cruel government to do things which they don't deserve to do to the populace. Remember, life does not repeat. Once you come, Bwana Kenyan with love and Alexio, any year which you are going to waste with Zakayo, you will never recover it. Mwaka yoyote ambayo utapoteza na, if you are 36 years today, that 36th year will never repeat. It will forever remain in your lifetime as one of the year which was wasted by Zakayo. Now Zakayo is almost wasting our 2 years. Hiyo miaka mbili anatupotezea, itawahi jirudia. Ni vile tu tutaomba wale watoto watakuja after sisi, they will be able to recover quickly and they can be able to repay our sweat which was wasted by one person who could not think right. Time waits for no man. And if we don't think properly, Zakayo can waste even our 5 or 10 years. So we have to start now thinking largely and broadly and start assembling people towards one accord of fighting for themselves and fighting for their rights and standing strongly in the array of future and thinking that solidifies the will of the people. The government doesn't need to give people anything. The only thing people want from the government is isisumbue maisha yao. Wewe uko hapo, the government is just an enabler. The government should not be designing anguish and hunger for you. They should not be designing calamities for you. The government is there to make things work. It's like a supervising authority. The government has nothing to do with creating a hell for you. Otherwise, if the government is responsible for creating a hell for you, that is why we replace government. That is why governments fall. And Kenyans have to learn how to clamp on government. That is what we have not learned. And when Alexio, including us as a meal, we have to start learning how to clamp on government. I think on that reason we are very poor. How do you bring down government? Even Raila Odinga himself, I want him, please relearn that lesson. Relearn that lesson. If there is a lesson we need as Kenyans is, how can you crumble an infunctional government? We are very poor in that class. And it can be done. It can be done. There is no government which has immunity of not working well. It's only, actually, Ruto government has overlived this time. If I try to explain to some people, even people who are not Kenyans, now ambia zile mambo zinaendelea Kenya, and those people, they always ask me one question. Are you aware, Kenyans are aware of those things you are telling me? Ama hii ni mambo yako? There was a guy I was explaining to, he was telling me, hizo vitu unaniambia, it's impossible that people are still in that country and looking at those things you are telling me. Namwambia hapana, iko hivyo. Anambia no way. So that guy has even taken now interest to start researching about Kenya. And slowly he is also understanding. Akaniambia, there is a problem. It is either you people, you have lost freedom fighters, or the people who are supposed to galvanize you people are not there. And it is evident Have you heard people like Koigu Amwere speaking? They are no longer speaking. Yes, I know they are old, they could be weak, but the people with the experience that the people akina Gitobu Imanyara, have you heard them speaking? Awaongei, I don't know, like there is something which is not happening in Kenya because everybody who is hearing the predicament of Kenya, unasikia tu akisema it's not possible. It's not possible. It's not possible. You mean? And there are 55 million people there who are ready and receiving that?
It's only recently that we heard from Mohisa Kitui. And we need to see those guys who are there during the second liberation coming out strong and saying things. Okay? We need to see them coming out. Actually, this idea of just leaving Zakayo to run mad in the market like this, it needs to be stopped as fast as possible. We need to see the like of Mr. Kitui. We need to see even new guys. We need to see them saying things. We have a madman in the State House. We have a madman running the show. We need to call him to order and kick him out as soon as possible. Yes.
Yeah, so ndio nilikuwa nikijaribu kusema sasa so bwana Alexio hapo utanisaidia kidogo. I don't understand like Wakenya wataumia mpaka what level so that they can mount enough opposition to this government. Like what else needs to happen to Kenyans? Ama
Njiru, just a minute. Sorry, hold on to that thought. Nani, Alexio, my brother, would you ukona hizo bana za kufunga, si ndio? Yeah. Would you, with all due respect, there's a call that I've gotten here kutoka home. Can I, with all due respect, uniache ni kanyagi kubwa, and then we'll see you another day.
Yes, just
hata nikufunga tunafunga, we enda tu, we will be here up to the next 19 minutes.
Tulia wewe. Acha niongee na mkubwa.
Alexi, usikubali hiyo jina. Hiyo ni jina, hiyo inakuanga jina ya utapeli. Usikubali hiyo jina. Haya.
Ya ukubwa ni wa hizi Merry Christmas amekataa.
Haya.
So you go in peace. Let's see each other in the next episode.
Yeah.
We are thankful for you being here and we appreciate you. And have Merry Christmas. I know what to
before Merry Christmas, and you have to call me, by the way. We have a lot to talk, you know.
Yes.
On the other side, you call me, unipigie. I'll be on your side maybe next week. Nitakuwa huko hiyo area ya kwako, so give me a call. And thank you so much. Asante sana. Sound Candy Talk people. Asanteni sana. You is lovely is walking out. Asanteni sana. Merry Christmas kwa wenye tutaonana. Mimi na Alexio najua tutaongea. Huyu kelele hapa, huyu acha akakule mshere na nyama kwanza. Atarudi akiwa sawa. Kwaherini.
Wacha nikuambie, Kenyan with love. Ukisikianga mtu amekuambia tutaongea, bwana Alexio, don't wait for that call. Huyu ameendanga akiendanga. Nitokoalia. Unajua in my language unasikia mtu akisema tutaongea. Hiyo imeisha. So bwana Alexio, when that is a Kenyan thing. Ukisikia mtu akikwambia by the way, hata nilikuwa nikutafute. No. Hakuna hiyo inakuanga tu story ya saa hiyo amekuona and anataka kujipanguza by the way hata hiyo ndeni nilikuwa nikulipe bana. Sijui nilisahau aje. Fear those guys. Sijasema chochote. Anyway, wewe ngojea call. I don't know your relationship. I'm just trying to tell you the reality of what happened. So ukisikia besti akikwambia by the way tutaongea, don't worry, tutaongea.
Just
bro.
A minute. We have 46 guys watching us and the likes are very, very low. Guys, why are you not liking the video? Or you don't like the topic we are talking about? You don't like this discussion? Let's just, all of us 46, let's just like this video. Paramoja. Si ndio? Chezeni kama nyinyi. Okay. Merry Christmas.
Sawa. So Bwana Alexio, what I was trying to say, because najua pia wewe you need to go somewhere, so I want to put this point home now. I speak with people, I compare governments, by the way. Unajua, some of us we do some comparative study. I've looked at French Revolution, the bread revolution, the ones which happened in
bread and cake.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've looked at the issues which surrounded the postmodern USA past the Civil War. I've seen at the civil rights movement. I've seen and the strides which people make. I've even looked at East Africa and some of the countries and how they have been fighting for their democracy. But there is a problem I have for Kenyans. Wakenya kuna vile wananishangaza, and it is not about lack of strategy. Either there is something which is engraved in our culture which either does not entail bringing people to fight for, because I want to say this na nikitu nitasema hapa, because you people, if you are waiting for like for people in Mount Kenya region to help you, I think it could be too late. Kuna watu tunachaguanga madirector wa majani chai ama madirector wa kahawa. There is a society somewhere I know wamesumbuliwa na huyo director for 30 years, and that guy has just been reading them. Na wameshindwa na kumtoa, for your information, wameshindwa na kumtoa. I'm telling you, there is a director somewhere of a certain society in Mount Kenya region, and I know it is not that society. It is an example I'm giving because I've now started drawing parallel. Unasikia all the time, kila mtu anasema huyo mtu hatutaki, huyo mtu hawezi endelea, we are not getting any money, tunaendelea tu kuumia. Huyo mtu as the chairman of our society, we don't need him. But every time they do an election, huyo jamaa anarudi. Every time they do an election, huyo jamaa anarudi. I'm telling you that because even my parents are in that society, and they are now old. Every time unasikia, everybody is against that guy, by the way. That guy doesn't have support. Even his wife does not support him. Some of the wives we have divorced, some of them wanakuwa even against him. But that guy has been returning, anarudi. So amefika level whereby huyo jamaa hawezi toka hapo, hawezi. People have mounted all the opposition na imeshindikana. And ukienda huko kwa watu unasikia watu wakisema huyo mtu ni very unpopular, hata hakuna mtu anamtaka. Then I even asked my parents one time, ni sawa, huyu mtu hakuna mtu anamtaka. How comes huyu jamaa has been ruling you people from, can you imagine somebody being a chairman of a society from 1986? We are 86. And even in 1992 he was very unpopular. In wale watu 1992 watu walikuwa wanasema huyu aendi anywhere. He is there up to now. He is there up to now. And disturbing people, eating people's money, destroying people's wealth, destroying people's hope. Now, so I have been standing it. You know me, I like standing. I like standing a problem and going to the deep root. There is a culture in Kenya which cannot allow a bad leader to be questioned. Na hiyo culture nataka kuelezea leo. Number one, maybe I don't know in your societies, kuna kitu watu wa kwetu wanasemanga, mtu ako na pesa ama okay, we say this tunaisemanga hivi, Bwana Alexio, the fat of a rich man does not stink. That's what people say. Ati Mnyambo wa mtu ako na pesa hainuki. And people have taken that literally. So ukiuliza watu, mbona huyu mtu ameoverstay hapo na kuna kitu anawafanyia? The answer is always, huyo mtu ni kama ako na pesa mingi sana. Ni kama tumeshindwa na pesa yake. That is the answer. So I've tried to understand that. Then the other thing, watu nasikia wakisema ni hii. Ati huyu mtu ako na watu wanamsaidia. It's an assumption, eh? I don't know. I even asked my parent one day. Ni sawa mnasema huyu mtu ni kama inaonekana kuna watu wanamsaidia. Then hao watu ni akina nani? Hao watu sio lazima wakuwe ni sisi, but huyu mtu hakuna vile anaweza katalia hapo na like there is an illusion, and so this guy has been operating on this illusion which these people are in. Already watu washaamini kuna watu wanamsaidia. So even if he doesn't have help from anywhere, already in your mind you are defeated. In your mind you are defeated because already you think huyu mtu kuna watu wanamsaidia from somewhere. Just like the same thing ile ambayo tunakujanga hapa tunasema ati Zakayo kuna watu, hii mambo ni kama hatuwezi toboa, huyu mtu anasaidiwa kutoka mbali. Kuna groups za watu zinasaidia yeye. So already you can't attack because in your mind you are already defeated. How can I defeat somebody with money? Akona jeshi. I want you bwana Alex you to get this thing, and you see the reason why no any Kenyan will attempt once you get defeated in the mind. And there is nothing bad in this life as getting defeated in the mind. Hata kuanguka mtihani, you begin by failing in the mind. Mtoto anaanguka mtihani even in that week of doing exams, anajuanga mimi nitaanguka. Anajuanga I'm not prepared well, I've not been serious. Ni vile aambii wazazi, but anajua nyinyi mkae hapo tu mngojee D. Mkae hapo tu, nyinyi mngojee D tu. Mkikuja tu mkimuuliza tu mtihani it was nice. Let's wait tungoje. But yeye kwa akili yake anajua. So ikuange surprise hata tu akienda atapale kwa board kuona ati amepata nini. It is not a surprise. People know mentally what they deserve. They know. So there is nothing bad as getting defeated in the brain. Like this person is untouchable. That is what makes these people get borrowed time. So this idea whereby kuna watu wanasema ati huyu mtu ni kama ako na mabuduki mingi sana, hata sijui there are some powerful people with him. That is what he would want us to think, because that one is an element of defeat. But the moment tutafika level tuanzie kusema it is possible, it can be done. Hakuna mtu ambaye, there is no one who has ever defeated the will of the people. The people hunger has never been defeated. If we can be sounding that way, we can deal with this thing. But every time when we are speaking, tunasema huyu mtu wako na jeshi, huyu mtu kuna watu kutoka wapi ati wako nyuma yake. That one is defeat in the mind. And you cannot function with defeat in the mind. You cannot mount any opposition. So we need counter information which can instill confidence of resolve, confident of fighting for your right. And you can fight for your rights and inakuanga kitu mzuri. It doesn't mean that when you are opposing a government, it doesn't mean that you are committing a crime. No, you are just being outspoken, and being outspoken is right. That is what you need to do as a citizen. You need to stand on the right side of the history. Remember, majority of the people never stand on the right side of the history. Hata wewe Alexio saa hii, your relatives wakiona kilipi yako saa hii, wanaweza anzia kusema huyu jamaa anafanya nini hapa? What is this guy doing? There are some people who might be thinking you are doing the wrong thing. Only that future will ratify you the wrong time. Inakuanga hivyo. At times, what you did at the right time, some people are thinking that you are doing it for the wrong reason. Only for them to come and understand that they wish they could have joined you that time. And that is where saa zingine unakutanga this war of democracy and this war of fighting for the people's right is never won at the right time, because you are not able to pull a strong crowd at the right time. because a half of the crowd will always think that this person does not deserve to do this thing right now. At the same time, you will hear people saying Zakayo needs more time. There is somebody who still thinks like miracles can happen. People at Wakenya wanaweza umia zaidi, including even us as Azimio. We should not be telling Kenyans what at Wakenya waumie. That one is wrong communication. As a person, you cannot be saying ati wacha kiwarambe ili mujue ati musome. We should not be telling people that way. We should be people who should be setting hope. Hata mtoto akijikoa, mtoto akijikata na kisu, you don't go and start telling huyo mtoto jione. You start bandaging that kid and you start teaching him that kushika kisu hivi ni vibaya. That is what you do. But you don't start mocking that kid because he made another mistake. He will now go and make another mistake hata ataolewa na mtu utaki, because you have been ridiculing that person when he has been having problem. That's why I'm saying, even as Azimio, we are sending the wrong message when we always say that wacha kwanza ati watu waumie. That is the wrong message. Kama sisi ni watu wa solutions, we should stand on the side of solution, but we should not stand on the side of ridicule and mocking people. Mistakes can be done. We don't know where Zakayo came from, but we should not stand on the side of ratifying a mistake. We are on the side of setting hope, resolution, and strategy. But this is your watu wa kumoku watu. So I disagree with all the people who say wacha kiwarambe tuliwaambia. No, that is not the communication. We can give a better communication as a party, as a people, as a nation. Eventually, we will have to reconstitute this government. They cannot stand a test of time. But even if we are reconstituting this government, we will have to tell people that all the structures we have been following, they have not been good. These are the strategies which can work. And I want to say right now, Bwana Alexio, I think in Azimio we don't have serious strategies. We have such a good chance to build something which has never been seen. But we are just sitting down and waiting for an election day. No, you don't sit down and wait for an election day. We can build a political movement which can actually spill over Kenya. We now have an opportunity to rescue Africa, but we simply don't see that opportunity. We just have an opportunity whereby now we can build the next 5 presidents using this momentum. Azimio can have the next 5 presidents in a row. Sahi. If we build a momentum and something, we can put thieves in the pit of oblivion. We can put harlots in the pit of oblivion. We can put cheats and liars and the people who do bad politics into the pit of oblivion. We just have that opportunity. It's only that we do not have smart political strategies who can see beyond the nose. But through imagination and with the pursuit of building a clean nation, we can actually build this momentum and building something big for Kenya and beyond. But we are simply not seeing it. Sisi, we are joining the people who are not satisfied and saying that wacha mujione. That is not the messaging. The messaging is simple: offer hope, offer resistance, and those are things which Azimio is not doing. Like now, I'm expecting Azimio to start giving declaration. E-citizen remains unchanged. That is a powerful declaration. Even in Twitter, if we have powerful Twitter, even in a radio or TV message release, give a message release. Azimio distance itself from the current increase of e-citizen changes. Kenyans don't adhere to it. That's a strategy. We need to start now working from strategy and not become backbenchers who are only spectating. You see, in football, this is what coaches do. I want to give an analogy of football. In football, a coach will always be putting substitutes depending on the situation and the need. Kuna wakati anasema sasa number 7 pale, we need to substitute number 7. We need to put a weaker number 7 and we put a stronger number 10. Because if we put a weaker number 7 and a stronger number 10, more people will use the number 10 position and the number 7 will not be much utilized. So you can actually have a weaker person there because people will not be moving there. So that is what you do in politics, or that is what you do when you want to rescue people. So what we are supposed to be doing is, out of all the mistakes which Zakayo is doing, we are supposed now to be using those mistakes as counter strategies to make his government even more unpopular. But we are not doing that. And we should not be lamenters. We have to give strategy. And that is what we are not doing. So Alexio, Azimio is not using this windfall. And if Azimio was strategic enough, if we had a serious strategy enough, Zakayo angekuwa ameanguka, angekuwa mustahafu. Angekuwa mustahafu kitambo. So let's stop this politics of wacha kiwarambe. We are now falling into the Zakayo play. Atuwacha kiwarambe. Azimio is not, sio ya hiyo kanisa wacha kiwarambe. Azimio is about strategy. We had our hope. Tulikuwa tupe watu 6,000. We have to do this thing. There are some things which we can do even if we don't have government and taxes. Let's start implementing those things. There are some things we can do and they give people reprieve. Let's start doing those things. Petitioning, taking people to courts, stopping some things. We can. Haimaanishi hatuna nguvu. We have a lot of power. Bwana Alexio, it's only that power we are not using it for the right reason. And if we use that power, na msiseme ati wa Kenya usahau. Kenyans will not forget this. Things are on their neck. And things will work. But Azimio has to take this as something to build the next 5 presidents. And we have that potential. The 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, the 10th can come from Azimio. But it will depend with how we use our brains to fight Zakayo. You don't need to fight Zakayo with a lot of energy. You just need to be strategic. So we should be positioning. In every county, we should be having a very strong spokesman. A very strong spokesman who is anti-Ruto. Spokesman. Azimio spokesman in Embu. Azimio spokesman in Kirinyaga. Azimio. Now watu tunakutana na wote. All the 47 Azimio spokesmen should be meeting. This idea of only having spokesmen during election has to stop. You need a spokesman all the time, season. Right?
True. Well said.
I need to be seeing Azimio spokesman from Siaya addressing issues and saying this is what we are doing. Not lamenting, not saying that you should, and we should not be addressing Zakayo. That is another mistake we do. Kila saa tunasema Zakayo should drop this. Even Baba is making mistakes. You should not be saying that we are telling the government to do this. You don't tell. You force. You force. We have a population as Azimio and we need to safeguard them. Those people have a parent. Azimio people have their parent and their parent is Azimio. Watoto wako wakikuwa attacked, you defend them. So if Azimio is not willing to defend its children, how watoto wake watateswa na mama ya kambo who will just be loitering around. So Azimio should put and start saying our people cannot pay these taxes. They have to defend us. Azimio has to start defending us. There's no way somebody in Siaya, somebody in Machakos should be suffering because of our punitive taxes coming from a government he did not vote. Karonzo, whether we want the presidency or not, whether we are governing or not, if you want any vote in future, begin by rescuing those people from punitive taxes. That is work to do. Huyo mtu wako Machakos alikupigia kura sababu alijua unaweza. And there's no way in which you can allow that somebody to be subjected to an oppressive government by saying that hatuna serikali. That is where Azimio is making mistakes. Azimio has to defend its people. I need to hear people like Gladys Wanga. They have power. Why are people like Gladys Wanga and Nyong'o and Orengo not standing and saying our people cannot pay those taxes? Why? Unless these people, they are also agreeing with what Zakayo says. So there are some things which our Azimio leaders are not exploiting. Unless wanataka kutuambia we are not part of them. I always see like the Republican Party opposing some things which Democrats are doing. I see them opposing, and they safeguard even their people. Unasikia hata governors from certain state wakisema hiyo hatutalipa. I think these governors do not understand their work. If they don't understand, wakuje hapa in the school of streets to elimishe. Bring akina Wanga hapa to elimishe. It's like those people, they are either ignorant or they don't understand how to fight for people. I'm actually frustrated by them. Akina Wanga and the rest, they need to be better than what they are doing. At least those are Azimio MPs, Azimio registratures. So I expect much from them. They should ring fence their people. A UDA governor, uyo neza mpea, I can give them a shot of ignorance. But an Azimio governor, I cannot give him a shot of ignorance. Those people have to start defending their people. Otherwise, we cannot stay in a level whereby our people are just facing havoc. They cannot have anything. They cannot eat. I need to start seeing governors demanding for taxes reduction. They should. Hiyo sio juu anaendanga kufanya nini. Kuna gavana wa Azimio umesikia akisema we need a certain tax reduced. Hata mmoja. I want you to tell me, including hata huyo anatembea all the time, nasikia watu wakisema ati huyu governor anaweza kuwa president ati sababu ya doing those stances anafanya na watu. Hebu niambie bwana Alexio, kuna gavana mmoja wa Azimio amewahi come up with a taxation strategy in the COG, because those are the people who are collecting taxes. Have you had any proposal from a governor? Kuna governor wa Kenya saa hii ame come up with a financial revenue in Kenya. This is how in Kenya we can streamline correction. We can streamline spending. Tell me one governor in Kenya who has done that. You see, this idea whereby we are pretending we don't have power and we have is wrong. And this is what is making Zakayo to oppress Kenya. Azimio, let's start using our power. And Wanga, Orengo, Nyongo, Anyang, Machakos, what Natembea, you know them. Please, you have to be more responsive. You cannot make people to be oppressed by a government and you have power. You are accountable, you have power. You are leading a country with 200,000 people. Wengine walipata hata kura 1,400 as county bosses. Defend your people. Defend your people. Zakayo cannot prevent money coming to your county. That money is engraved in the constitution. Defend your people. What will happen? Attack withdraw security from you. You can be defended by people. There is no one who has ever defended people and he has ever been wrong. Hakuna mtu hata mmoja. There is no one who has ever been on the side of the people and the people never stood by that person. Hakuna hata mtu mmoja who has ever been on the side of the people and the people have betrayed that person. The most honorable people are people. Watu. People are very good and the people read and they know intentions. Na wanajuanga huyu mtu anatutetea and they will always resonate with that person.
Let me, on that note, it's just a case study was Joho. When Joho stood for the interest of people of Mombasa during Uhuru's time, nobody forgot Joho. Yes, and the people of Mombasa, Joho's name is written in their hearts. So you guys, it's high time you need to stand up. Hii mambo ya kubembelezana na Zakayo muache. Shetani huwezi bembeleza shetani. Shetani anafukuzwa by force, by fire. Shetani anafanya nini? Anafukuzwa. There's another story I want to tell you. We used to have a guy, walikuwa na collect tax in our local market. It was called Otieno. Otieno used to terrorize the whole market aki collect tax. But one day, people united shall never be defeated. One day, it was a Monday, all the people in that market stood their ground and said they don't want Otieno. Otieno must go. Otieno went. Alienda. Asubuhi na mapema haku collect tax. Kila mtu alikuwa amesimama ngangari. Alikimbia mbio. Police had to come and rescue him. So guys, we have the power. The power is with us. Power haiko nguvu ya majeshi. Power iko na sisi. And remember also in the Bible, I'll finish with that. David fought Goliath and he won. And David was just a small boy. Goliath was a soldier, experienced soldier. Mwenye mnasema, oh, Zakayo kona ujanja. David was just a boy who fought Goliath with one stone, not two, only one. And Goliath came down tumbling. This Tower of Babylon, this Goliath, I'm telling you, let's unite and we'll get to experience. And let me tell you, Kenyans, us and the future Kenya that we desire, each and every one of us, the right thinking guy is looking unto, maybe is able to see it in the vision or see it. It's only being prevented by one person. These are the last kicks of KANU, and the last kicks of KANU are in Zakayo. Ruto ndiye akona the last kicks of KANU. Ruto ndiye alikataa watu wa Mount Kenya wasipate 1 shilling 1 vote. Ruto ndiye amekataa kuimplement hii new constitution ikuwe implemented to the fullest, so that each and every Kenyan can enjoy the fruits of our labor and what of the independence and what we fight for and what we contribute. Ruto ndiye amefanya kwamba hiyo 6,000 wewe mama mjane hautapata, haupati. Ruto ndiye amefanya watoto wetu hawatalipwa school fees. Kibaki came up with free primary school. It was implemented. Uhuru came and free secondary school. It was implemented. Why is he removing it? Kwa nini anaondoa? Unaona? This is an enemy of progress. I am saddened by our people waking up at 3, going to line up, going to get a packet of unga. I'm saddened. It saddens me. It pains me. In this century, 60 years of independence, we are waking up at 3, at 2, going to line up for a packet of unga. Is that dignity? Is that what we call dignity? Is that where we need to be after 60 years of independence? We should be having a land flowing of milk and honey. This is a blessed country. Yes? We should be each and every country should be playing their role in building the national cake, and then we share it equally. Guys, Zakayo ndiye amezuia hizo vitu zote. Let's do away with him. Let's unite. We can unite even tomorrow before Christmas. We can say enough is enough, go. And we turn a new leaf in our chapter. And we shall be a people respected. Even their next leader who will come will know these Kenyans, they mean business. They are no joke. I need to do my work and with respect and honor. KICC, it was built by our great-grandfather after independence. Walichanga kujenga hiyo nyumba. Why are we selling it? Why are we selling it? Don't we have something of our own? Kitu yenye mzazi wako alistruggle in his or her life. Akijenga. Wewe kama mtoto, unaruhusiwa kuiuza? Badala ya utumie, you pass down the love. Use it and pass it down. Use it and maintain it well and pass it over. That's why we are told, tunaambiwa, the Bible says, a good generation, a good parent will leave wealth to the mpaka kizazi hata cha 7 wa enjoy. Tangu independence, tuko kizazi cha ngapi? Why are we selling our things? Why are we selling our inheritance? Why are we selling our dignity? Sio kwamba we are lacking people who can run these things. We have competent Kenyans who can run these things, and each and every Kenyan will enjoy. But these competent Kenyans cannot be given that opportunity because ya hii mentality ya mtu wetu kuleta watu wake wa kumsaidia kuiba. Let's rise up, guys. We can do it. I'm very sure we can do it. And this revolution will catch Uganda. It will start in Kenya. It will go to Uganda. It will go to Rwanda. By the time we realize, everywhere will be liberated Africa will come back to its senses and come back to the where it's supposed to be, and we take our rightful place among the nations of the world. We can do it. It's never late. We can do it. Thank you.
Yeah, wacha niongeze.
Yes.
Bwana Alex, wacha niongeze. There is a pregnant point I want to put here, because I want to advise our Azimio leaders. Unajua, I could be a very small person who doesn't deserve to be listened to, because maybe they have big people who ambao wanasikilizwa sana, but I want to advise our Azimio leaders, because I believe that is the only party. You know, you need an organization which can fight, resolve, or which can do things with people. Na kuna kitu nimesema hapa vizuri. If you stand on the side of the people, people are very rewarding. That is all what you need to do. So, number one, Azimio is being played by Ruto clones. Every time unasikia tu kwa media, ama even in some meetings unasikia, even our leaders, top leaders ukisikia wakisema wacha kiwarambe. That should not be our language. Our language should not be wacha kiwarambe. Every time I hear wacha kiwarambe, I always see that we have lost the track. That should not be our language. Our language should be simple. You people, we are here. Don't worry, the help is here. That should be our language. Simple. Musijali. Nyinyi watu hizi mashida zote munapitia kwa inchi. Tuko na dawa. Let's keep on hammering on that. Guys, we have medicine for these issues. Don't worry. Don't worry. Tuko na dawa hizi vitu. Don't worry. That is what we should be telling people. But every time somebody from Azimio ati anasema wacha kiwarambe, that is somebody who should not even be given a mic. Hata hilo wakati mtu ako oppressed ama ako mbaya sana, maybe ameenda kwa michezo ya kamari after winning a jackpot and he has deprived himself the best opportunity he needed, and you need to bring that person close to you. You don't start taking that person more to hell. No. So Azimio should not participate in this messaging of driving Kenyans to hell, because already Kenyans are being driven to hell, and we should not also be driving Kenyans mentally to hell. We could not be driving them physically. Zakayo is driving Kenyans physically to hell, but we can also participate in driving Kenyans mentally to hell. And it doesn't matter how long it will take. Vita, atujui, we don't know how long we are going to fight Zakayo. That is infinite. It is 0 to infinite. We don't know. But the truth of the matter is, we can sell hope. We can sell strategy. We can sell reprieve. We can organize Kenyans. We can tell Kenyans, don't worry, organize. Hata nyinyi uko Mount Kenya. We can even start now forming associations and organizations. I need to hear there is an association which has been formed in Mount Kenya region. Mount Kenya Region Resistance Front for Good Life. That's a movement. Azimio sponsored. In Northeastern Resistance Front. So we need strategies. So, and the best strategies work through associations. How watu wote tuwasanye, we put them in an association. Those are the associations to have leaders, to have advisors, and na sio hata watu wanajifanyanga hapo kimbelembele. For your information, hao watu wanajifanyanga kimbelembele sana. The greatest leaders sio wale wako hapo mbelembele na mic, because again hiyo ni kitu ingine moja we have also been unable to understand. A leader sio yule mtu ako pale mbele na mic. Yes, it's good. We know we have those courageous people who can hold mic and talk. But we have silent people who do not speak a lot, but their brains are functioning. We have now to start understanding those people, and we start fronting them for leadership and for strategy. Jarango tulimpea uongozi because of a mic.
he can take a mic na anaweza ongea, so we pre-assume he is a leader. Whereas kuna majamaa tu wako hapo wametulia, but their brains can see 2037. So all what I'm saying is Azimio has to start giving hope, not praying in the agony of Kenya. So moving forward, including hata hapa sisi Saudi Kadid, that word Kiwarambe, we should stop using it. We started using the word hasra. Everybody is hustling now. There is power in spoken language. There is power in spoken language. The more we market this Kiwarambe, the more deprivation. Even if we are not helping physically, let's help mentally. And Kenyans will remember. Even when we were suffering, how many people have suffered physically? Mtu ana pesa, somebody has lost his family, but you have stood with that person mentally. Na unasikia mtu akisema, Aki, so and so stood with me all through this journey. Huyo mtu kumpea pesa, you gave him nothing, but you stood with that person mentally. Na unasikia mtu akisema, Aki, were it not for Alexio, hii vita singemaliza. Sometimes it's not about money. Sometimes it's not about material possession. Sometimes even therapy is enough. And Azimio, na therapy ni bure. We just need to have like a few psychologists who understand how human behavior is suppressed, and we can have them. And those are the things which can actually help us to build a unified Kenya, which can now have a one national accord, and we fight people like Zakayo who could sprout even in the future. So, Bwana Alexio, as now I conclude, as you come now to put your conclusion, so that we can close for the Christmas Eve. It's simple. The truth of the matter is, let's be the good people. Let's be the people who will stand on the good side. Let's be the people who can show direction. And it's not about helping Zakayo. Remember, we are not reinventing life. Hata zile siku mtu atasafa under Zakayo, they are still part of your lifetime. So Azimio should not be saying that wacha watu waumie. Your suffering time is part of your lifetime. Hizi siku tunasafa na Zakayo, they are not going to be deducted from our lifetime. It is part of our life. So let's be the people, let's be the good people. That is what I wanted to say here, Alexio. And two wrongs don't make a right. Let's be the good people. Let's be the people who can think. Let's be the people who can show people like there is an alternative. Let's be the people who can show people there is another direction which can take people to destination. Let's be the people. So I need psychologists, I need sociologists who can be able to show Kenyans. And all these people, we can now assemble them under the Azimio front. Let's have resistance movement. Let's interrogate people. Let's think of huyu mtu wako pande ya watu. We know we have people who like people. So let's use this opportunity to solve the issues of Kenyans. Na Wakenya watasahau. You people mnasemanga Wakenya usahau sana. But I want to tell you people, if there is any person who can get Kenyans out of this pit, Kenyans will never forget. Hii shimo ni kubwa sana. It's an abyss. It's an abyss. And we can be the good people. So Alexio, I'm so happy for being part of today's discussion. So I want to hear more energy coming from CST. I want to hear more energy coming from Azimio, solutions and strategies and how we are assembling people and building movements and fronts which can actually give people optimism. That is what we need. Optimism is zero, is free of charge. You don't need money to build optimism. And that is what Azimio has to start building in Kenya. Let's show that life does not end and start with Zakayo. There is life after Zakayo. Those are the things we need to show people. And we can actually demagnify Zakayo. Azimio can do a wonderful job to demagnify Zakayo si ati ni mkubwa sana. Zakayo amekuwa mkubwa because we have helped in magnifying him. But Azimio setting of hope can actually demagnify this thing. Watu wanaweza muona kama kakitu kadogo sana. If we have rallies, we are very organized. We are telling people it's okay. We know our country will come back from the dogs. We have hope. Our country will not die. Zakayo will even start feeling irrelevant. He will start feeling irrelevant. And we will even start making him irrelevant, even in Sugoi. He will even be going to give people food with mugshot. And you know, he's even concentrating with him. But the more we say Wacha Kiwarambe, the more we are magnifying this guy, the more we are giving him power. You don't give snake milk. You don't give a snake food. You beat in the head or on the head, whichever applies. You stab it. And the only way to stab Zakayo is to be organized. We sell hope. We sell optimism. And we tell Kenyans it's okay. Zakayo will be gone. What does, like, for example, what does that statement telling people? Like, let's say, even Raila Odinga himself anasimama, anaambia watu, Kenyans, don't worry. Zakayo will be gone soon. It's a powerful optimism. Why can't we hear such statements from our leaders? Akina Kioni, Mother Karua. Before you start lamenting on cost of living, tell people, don't worry. This is an artificial problem. We are going to be done with it soon. That is how you build fronts. Not selling agony. We cannot sell agony on behalf of somebody. That agony doesn't need to be explained. Hata Mkenya gani, like the way Kibaki used to say, hakuna Mkenya gani ambaye hajui Wakenya wanataabika. So let's start demagnifying Zakayo through strategy. So let's sell hope. Let's say Raila Odinga, Mother Karua, Kioni, whoever, stand in the podium, tell people, don't worry. The help is here. This problem will be gone. In 2 years, 1 year, give it a timeline. Just be optimistic. Even some of us, when we are doing some research or doing something, tunasemanga, in 2 or 3 years, I'm sure I will be done with this thing. So zingine, you might not be having energy or courage to face that thing. But because of that optimism, you face your fears with strength. And that is what we need to do as Kenyans and as people who love Kenya. Let's face our fears with strength. God gave us this country because he knew we deserved it. And fears are always there, but you can face your fears with strength. There was David and Goliath. In his mind, he could feel the fear. In the hand, he had the stones. He had the courage in God. And through facing his fear with strength, he was able to fight the war. And he was able even to beat somebody who was beating everybody in that community. It doesn't matter how big the problem is. What matters is the courage in you. Not the problem. It's the courage in you. So we should not worry of this Zakayo problem. What we should worry about is, are we building enough courage and momentum? That is what matters. And that is what Azimio should be building in our hearts. That is what any visible leader, kiongozi yote ambaye anatujali, that is what we need to start saying to Kenyans. This is a small problem. We will be done with it. Demagnify it. You don't know what that thing can do to Kenyans. And that is what I'm not hearing from people. That is what I'm not hearing from people who have a audience. Just demagnify. The time of magnifying Zakayo is over. So as we cross over to 2024, let's say that Zakayo is weak, he is nothing, he is useless. And we start speaking of power and strength and courage in our people. But we cannot continue marketing somebody who is the design of agony, retrogression, and nothing is doing for Kenyans. So for me today, I choose to market courage. And let me be one of the person or the few people who can say that this problem Kenyans can be able to deal with. We don't even need help from anywhere. Just help from within. Assembling a Kenyan versus a Kenyan. Every Kenyan, all walks of life, we can be able to fight this problem with the courage and the strength, and we will be able to fight this war. But every time when we are talking of Kiwarambe and some other synonyms which do not make sense, we are giving the snake milk and all the energy it needs to continue punching on us. We don't need that. This snake can be stabbed, it can die, and we don't need to concentrate with it. We only need to concentrate with our energy, with our power, with our strength, with our thinking, and with our mentality. Thank you.
Thank you, Jiru, for the great submission. That's awesome. I think I cannot be able to add nor to subtract. We shall just leave it there, and may God be our shield and defender. And until we bring to this thing to the conclusion, I would like to thank you, each and every one of us who has been here. Kenyan with Love, Mandamano Kamili, and I would also want to thank you. Merry Christmas. I also want to thank you. We had
and by the way, but Alexio, for that, I was very happy, and people need to start listening to people. I was very happy with the Wajakoya. People need to start listening to Wajakoya. I was very happy with Wajakoya. I like him. Forget about the Bangi thing, which some of you people concentrate with. But Wajakoya used the word, a language, Karuto. You know, some of us who are able to internalize and analyze things deeply, that is what we need to do now. Karuto, like he was trying to show people that this is a problem which can be done. This is a problem which can be solved. It is not this big. That is what we need to be saying. Karuto. Karuto.
And also on top of that, just to add on it, this idea of you guys clapping for Ruto and attending his meetings, it should stop in 2024. No going to his meetings, no clapping for him. Even in church, when he comes in church and you are there, leave. Those bishops and pastors who supported him, boycott their churches. Don't pay for the Sadaka. Don't give them tithes. All those who are supporting Zakayo, don't go to their churches. Look for a church elsewhere. Let just be a total war against this man until he falls. Boycott going to the churches where Ruto goes. When he comes to your church, leave. If you are not aware he's coming, leave. If you are aware he's coming, don't go. Any meeting that he attends in rallies, do not go. Don't clap for him. If you happen to be there, don't clap for him. But what I can say, don't even give him an ear. Don't even give him a time for him. We have no time for him. Let's just make his life terrible until he leaves. So I want to thank you, each and every one of them. And then no saying president. He's not president. We should not hear that language about president. The president is somebody who takes care of the nation, not somebody who destroys the nation. He does not deserve that office. He does not deserve it. The way you boycotted his birthday, let's do that. In 2024, atucheki na shetani. Shetani anafukuzwa. Thank you very much, guys, and I hope to see you in the next episode. We love you, all of you. Merry Christmas and enjoy. Let's be strong like a lion. Thank you. See you again.
Shalom.
It has been nice talking to you guys, and continue liking the video. Those likes are very low. I would like you liking the video, and see you again. I love you all. God bless each and every one of you.
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu, lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu, na mnawajua nyinyi mna.
Mimi naona hii maendeleo, anasema iko maendeleo, hakuna maendeleo. Maendeleo ya nini? Ya matope. Maendeleo ya matope kama maya.
Kwenda kabisa, kwani lazima. Enda, tena twende.